existence is nothing at all. I mean, it's just basic. Just go on and do something. See, this is the no good philosopher lies awake nights worrying about the destiny of man and the nature of God and the all that sort of thing, because a philosopher today is a practical fellow who comes to the university with a briefcase at 9 and leaves at 5. He does philosophy during the day, which is discussing whether certain sentences have meaning, and if so, what. And then he would, as William Earl said in a very funny essay, he would come to work in a white coat if he thought he could get away with it. Problem is, he's lost his sense of wonder. Wonder is I don't know what question to ask when I wonder about the universe. It isn't a question that I'm wondering about, it's a feeling that I have. Prevent wonder from being the foundation of philosophy. So, there is obviously a place for a religious attitude in the sense of awe, astonishment.
I'll be bringing herb.
And that is also a basis of respect for existence. We don't have very much of it in this culture, even though we call it materialistic. In the culture that we call materialistic today, we call the destruction of material and its conversion into junk and poisonous gas as quickly as possible. This is not a materialistic culture because it has no respect for material. And respect is in turn based on wonder, on feeling the marvel of just an ordinary pebble in your fingers. Look, here is a tree in the garden, and every summer it produces apples, and we call it an apple tree, because the tree apples. That's what it does. All right. Now here is a solar system inside a galaxy. And one of the peculiarities of this solar system is that at least on the planet Earth, the thing peoples. In just the same way that an apple tree apples. Now maybe 2 million years ago, somebody came from another galaxy in a flying saucer and had a look at this solar system. And they looked it over and shrugged their shoulders and said, just a bunch of rocks. And they went away. Later on, maybe 2 million years later, they came around and they looked at it again. And they said, excuse me, we thought it was a bunch of rocks, but it's peopling. And it's alive. After all, it has done something intelligent. Because you see, we grow out of this world in exactly the same way that the apples grow on the apple tree. If evolution means anything, it means that. But you see, we curiously twist it. We say, well, first of all, in the beginning, there was nothing but gas and rock. And then intelligence happened to arise in it, like a sort of fungus or slime on the top of the whole thing. But we're thinking in a way, you see, that disconnects the intelligence from the rocks. Where there are rocks, watch out. Watch out, because the rocks are going eventually to come alive. Theology has not, as a matter of fact, had a very distinguished record noting the study of other than the Christian religion. Because you see, if you know in the first place that you have the true religion, there really is no point in studying any other one. And you can very quickly find reasons for showing them to be inferior, because that was a foregone conclusion. They had to be. Because if, for example, you get into discussions as to whether Buddha was a more profound and spiritual character than Jesus Christ, you arrive at your decision on the basis of a scale of values, which is, of course, Christian. And in this sense, the judge and the advocate are the same. as you know, I'm not being very fair and very kind to modern theology, but there is this strange persistence of insisting that our group is the best group. And I feel that there is in this something peculiarly irreligious, and furthermore, it exhibits a very strange lack of faith. Because I believe that there is a strong distinction between faith on the one hand and belief on the other. That belief is, as a matter of fact, quite contrary to faith. Because belief is really wishing. It's from the Anglo-Saxon root leaf, to wish. And belief, stated, say, in the Creed, is a fervent hope that the universe will turn out to be thus and so. And in this sense, therefore, belief precludes the possibility of faith, because faith is openness to truth, to reality, whatever it may turn out to be. I want to know the truth. That is the act of faith. And therefore, to use ideas about the universe and about God as something to hang on to, in the spirit of Rock of Ages cleft for me, and there's something very rigid about a rock. And we are finding our rock getting rather worn out in an age where it becomes more and more obvious that our world is a floating world. It's a world floating in space where all positions are relative and any point may be regarded as the center. A world which doesn't float on anything. And therefore, the religious attitude appropriate to our time is not one of clinging to rocks, but of learning to swim. And you know that if you get in the water and you've nothing to hold on to, and you try to behave as you would on dry land, you will drown. But if, on the other hand, you trust yourself to the water and let go, you will float. And this is exactly the situation of faith. The Christian proverb is that man's extremity is God's opportunity. And so people, in other words, have to get desperate. Imagine the idea that the moment you were born, you were kicked off the edge of a precipice and you were falling. As you fell, a great lump of rock came with you and is traveling alongside you. And you're clinging to it for dear life. And thinking, gee, I've got to hold on to this, see? Well, it doesn't do a thing for you. And it's only making you anxious. And it's only when you understand that it doesn't do a thing for you that you let go and relax. So everybody's in this situation. We're all completely insecure. We're all headed straight for death as if we had been condemned by a judge. And yet here we are all clinging on to things. And we have all sorts of alibis for doing this. We say, well, I have responsibilities for my dependents and I've got to cling on. But all you're doing is you're teaching your dependents to cling the same way as you are. And making them miserable by learning to go on surviving compulsively. So the thing is, same way, if you're caught in a torrent and you try to get out of it by swimming against it, you'll just wear yourself out and you're still carried along with it. So the sensible thing to do is to turn around and swim with it. And if you want to get out of it, swim towards the edge. But go with it. Same way when you're sailing. Always keep the wind in your sails. If you want to go against the wind, tack. But use the wind. So it's this way. We're all in this great stream of change, which we call life. We are the stream. If you imagine you're separate from it and you're being carried along by it as if you were a cork, that's a delusion. You're a wave of the stream itself. So get with it. had a friend who was studying Zen in Japan, and he got pretty desperate to produce the answer of who he really is. And on his way to an interview with the master to give an answer to the problem, he noticed a very common sight in Japan, a big bullfrog sitting around in the garden. And he swooped this bullfrog up in his hand and dropped it in the sleeve of his kimono. And then he went into the master, and to give the answer of who he was, he suddenly produced the bullfrog. And the master said, too intellectual. In other words, this answer is too contrived. It's too much like Zen. You've been reading too many books. It's not the genuine thing. And so the method of teaching used by these great Eastern teachers is to make fools persist in their folly, but very rigorously and very consistently and very hard. Now, if you go to a Zen teacher, he'll say, well, I have nothing to teach. There is no problem. Everything's perfectly clear. You think that one over. And you say, he's probably being cagey. But the teacher says, quite honestly, I haven't anything to tell you. I don't teach anything. I have no doctrine. As I said to you in the beginning of this talk, I have nothing whatsoever to sell you. So the student thinks, this is very deep, because this nothing that he's talking about, this nothing that he teaches, is what they call in Buddhism shunyata, and it's supposed to be the ultimate reality. But as you know, if you know anything about these doctrines, this doesn't mean real nothingness, not kind of just nothing there at all, not just blank, but it means no thingness. It's the transcendental reality behind all separate and individual things, and that's something very deep and profound. So he knows that when the teacher said, I have nothing to teach, he meant this very esoteric no thing. Well, he might also say then, if you have nothing to teach, what are all these students doing around here? And the teacher says, they are not doing anything. They're just a lot of stupid people who live here. And he knows, again, you see, the stupid doesn't mean just straight stupid, but the higher stupidity of being people who are humble and don't have intellectual pride. So you perform a discipline by experiment, by reductio ad absurdum of his premises. And so in the same way, the guru, whether Hindu or Buddhist, performs a reductio ad absurdum on the premise of the skin-encapsulated ego. Well, what happens then? You might imagine from garbled accounts of Eastern mysticism that one thereupon disappears forever into an infinite sea of faintly mauve jello. And become so lost to the world and entranced that you forget your name, address, telephone number, and function in life. And nothing of the kind happens. The state of mystical illumination, although it may in its sudden onset be accompanied by a sensation of tremendous luminescence and transparency, as you get used to it, it's just like everyday life. Here are the things that you formerly thought were separate individuals, and here is you, who you formerly thought was merely confronting these other people. When the great Dr. D.T. Suzuki was asked, what is it like to be enlightened? He said, it's just like ordinary everyday experience, except about 2 inches off the ground. Because what is altered is not the way your senses perceive. What is altered is what you think about it. Your definitions of what you see, your evaluation of it. So when you don't cling to it, when you have no longer a hostile attitude to the world because you know the world is you, it is. I mean, let's take it from the point of view of biology. If I describe the behavior of a living organism, I cannot possibly describe that behavior without simultaneously describing the behavior of the environment. So that I discover that I don't describe organisms in environments. I describe a unified field of behavior called an organism environment. It's an awkward word. But there it is. The environment doesn't push the organism around. The organism doesn't push the environment around. They are two aspects or poles of the same process. You see, in the history of philosophy and poetry and art, we always find the interchange of two personality types, which I call prickles and goo. The prickly people are advocates of intellectual porcupinism. They want a rigor, they want precise statistics, and they have a sudden clipped attitude in their voices, and you know this very well in academic circles, where there are people who are always edgy like that. And they accuse other people of being disgustingly vague and miasmic and mystical. But the vague, miasmic, and mystical people accuse the prickly people of being mere skeletons with no flesh on their bones. And they say to you, you just rattle. You're not really a human being. You know the words, but you don't know the music. And so therefore, if you belong to the prickly type, you hope that the ultimate constituent of matter is particles. If you belong to the gooey type, you hope it's waves. If you are prickly, you're a classicist. And if you're gooey, you're a romanticist. And going back into medieval philosophy, if you're prickly, you're a nominalist. If you're gooey, you're a realist. And so it goes. But we know very well that this natural universe is neither prickles nor goo exclusively. It's gooey prickles and prickly goo. And you see, it all depends on your level of magnification. If you've got your magnification on something so that the focus is clear, you've got a prickly point of view. You've got structure, shape, clearly outlined, sharply defined. A little out of focus, it's got bleh, and you've got goo. But we're always playing with the two, because it's like the question is the world basically stuff, like matter, or is it basically structure? Well, we find out, of course, today that in science we don't consider the idea of matter, of there being some sort of stuff, because supposing you wanted to describe stuff, in what terms would you describe it? You always have to describe it in terms of structure, something countable, something that can be designated as a pattern. So we never get to any basic stuff. There is a sense in which the universe is purely game, but not in the sense of a one-upmanship game, but in the sense of music, which is lalling with sound, is dancing delightfully with sound, you see. And nobody was ever able to give a better account of what it's all about. I mean, let's take the traditional Christian account of what the angels have. Why they sit around the throne of God and sing Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia. And they're going, that's not just Alleluia in a sort of formal way, but they're going, no, they're really swinging. And by the time you know where they are, the swinging has reached such fantastic proportions. And they've thought out the most amazing little goody-doody-doody-doody-doos that you've got the whole physical universe happening. Yeah, that's the way it starts. And so, I mean, this game is great.
a seminar called Learning the Human Game. It was recorded in Michigan in April of 1965. In this talk, Alan Watts notes the 4 questions that, quote, all philosophers have discussed since the beginning of recorded time. 1. Who started it? 2. Are we going to make it? 3. Where are we going to put it? And 4. Who's going to clean it up? He then poses the 5th significant question. Is it serious? The program is called The Coincidence of Opposites. Here's Alan Watts.
It's really a very unorthodox and unacademic thing to do, to start a discussion with a group of psychologists on the subject of metaphysics. But we have to do that. Because a lot of people say that their approach to life is scientific as distinct from metaphysical, and that metaphysics is bosh anyway. But everybody, by virtue of being a human being, is willy-nilly a metaphysician. That is to say, everybody starts from certain fundamental assumptions as to what is the good life, what he wants, what are his, shall we say, axioms for living. And I find that psychologists tend to be blind to these fundamental assumptions. Maybe it's truer of psychiatrists than it is of psychologists, but they tend to feel that they are scientists. They're rather bending over backwards to have a scientific status, because that, of course, is fashionable in our age. But you know, it's so amusing that when, say, let's take psychoanalysis, for example, as pointed out to many philosophers, that their philosophical ideas are capable of being shown to have a psychoanalytic reference. For example, John Wisdom wrote a book about philosophy of Berkeley, in which he attributed a great deal of his point of view to his experiences in toilet training as a child. The philosopher is very grateful to the psychoanalyst for revealing to him his unconscious and its emotional contents. But the psychoanalyst must in turn await a revelation from the philosopher as to his philosophical unconscious and the unexamined assumptions which lie in it. So, if I may start by insulting your intelligence with what is called the most elementary lesson, the thing that we should have learned before we learned 1, 2, 3 and ABC, but somehow was overlooked. Now, this lesson is quite simply this, that any experience that we have through our senses, whether of sound or of light or of touch, is a vibration. And a vibration has 2 aspects, one called on and the other called off. Vibration seems to be propagated in waves, and every wave system has crests and it has troughs. And so life is a system of now you see it, now you don't. And these 2 aspects always go together. For example, sound is not pure sound. It is a rapid alternation of sound and silence. And that's simply the way things are. Only you must remember that the crest and the trough of a wave are inseparable. Nobody ever saw crests without troughs or troughs without crests, just as you don't encounter in life people with fronts but no backs. Just as you don't encounter a coin that has heads but no tails. And although the heads and the tails, the fronts and the backs, positives and the negatives are different, they're at the same time one. And once again used fundamentally to the notion that different things can be inseparable. That what is explicitly two can at the same time be implicitly one. If you forget that, very funny things happen. If therefore we forget, you see, that black and white are inseparable, and that existence is constituted equivalently by being and non-being, then we get scared. And we have to play a game called, black might win. And once we get into the fear that black, the negative side, might win, we are compelled to play the game, but white must win. And from that start all our troubles. Because you see, the human awareness is a very odd mechanism. I don't think mechanism is quite the right word, but it'll do for the moment. That is to say, we have as a species specialized in a certain kind of awareness, which we call conscious attention. And by this we have the faculty of examining the details of life very closely. We can restrict our gaze, and it corresponds somewhat to the peripheral field, the central field of vision in the eyes. We have central vision, we have peripheral vision. Central vision is that which we use for reading, for all sorts of close work. It's like using a spotlight, whereas peripheral vision is more like using a floodlight. Now, civilization and civilized human beings for maybe 5,000 years, maybe much longer, have learned to specialize in concentrated attention. Even if a person's attention span is short, he is, as it were, wavering his spotlight over many fields. The price which we pay for specialization in conscious attention is ignorance of everything outside its field. I would rather say ignorance than ignorance. Because if you concentrate on a figure, you tend to ignore the background. You tend, therefore, to see the world in a disintegrated aspect. You take separate things and events seriously, imagining that these really do exist, when actually they have the same kind of existence as an individual's interpretation of a Rorschach plot. They're what you make out of it. In fact, our physical world is a system of inseparable differences. Everything exists with everything else. But we contrive not to notice that, because what we notice is what is noteworthy. And we notice it in terms of notations. Numbers, words, images. What is notable, noteworthy, notated, noticed, is what appears to us to be significant, and the rest is ignored as insignificant. And as a result of that, we select from the total input that goes to our senses only a very small fraction. And this causes us to believe that we are separate beings, isolated by the boundary of the epidermis from the rest of the world. You see, this is also the mechanism involved in not noticing that black and white go together. Not noticing that every inside has an outside. That the inside, what's inside goes on inside your skin is inseparable from what goes on outside your skin. You see that, for example, in the science of ecology, one learns that a human being is not an organism in an environment, but is an organism-environment. That is to say, a unified field of behavior. If you describe carefully the behavior of any organism, you cannot do so without at the same time describing the behavior of the environment. And by that you know that you've got a new entity of study. You are describing the behavior of a unified field. She must be very careful indeed not to fall into old Newtonian assumptions about the billiard ball nature of the universe. The organism is not the puppet of the environment, being pushed around by it. Nor, on the other hand, is the environment the puppet of the organism, being pushed around by the organism. The relationship between them is, to use John Dewey's word, transactional. A transaction being a situation like buying and selling, in which there is no buying unless somebody sells and no selling unless somebody buys. So that fundamental relationship between ourselves and the world, which is in an old-fashioned way by people such as Skinner, who has not updated his philosophy, interpreted in terms of Newtonian mechanics. He interprets the organism as something determined by the total environment. He doesn't see that in a more modern way of talking about it, we're simply describing a unified field of behavior, which is nothing more than what any mystic ever said. That's a dirty word in the modern academic scientific environment. But if a mystic is one who is sensibly or even sensuously aware of his inseparability as an individual from the total existing universe, he is simply a person who has become sensible, aware through his senses of the way ecologists see the world. So when I'm in academic circles, I don't talk about mystical experience. I talk about ecological awareness. Effectively. And so the next aspect of our metaphysical introduction must be about games. You know, I think there are really four questions that all philosophers have discussed from the beginning of recorded time. First is, who started it? The second is, are we going to make it? The third is, where are we going to put it? And the fourth is, who's going to clean up? When you think these over, it poses a fifth question. Is it serious? And that's the one I want to discuss. Is existence serious? Like you say, doctor, after he's looked at your X-ray picture, is it serious? What does that mean? Means, am I in danger of not continuing to survive? The question is, ought I to continue to survive? In other words, must I survive? If life is serious, then of course I must survive. If it is not serious, it really doesn't matter whether I do or I don't. Now, in Western culture, it is practically a basic assumption that existence is serious. This is particularly true among people who call themselves existentialists. When they talk about a person who exists authentically, they mean that he takes his life seriously and other people's lives seriously. But the poet and essayist G.K. Chesterton once observed that the angels fly because they take themselves lightly. And if I may venture into mythology, if the angels take themselves lightly, how much more so the Lord of the angels? But you see, we have been brought up in a mythological context where the Lord God definitely does take himself seriously and is indeed the serious person. So that when we go into church, laughter is discouraged in the same way as it's discouraged in court. This is a serious matter, and everybody has to have the right expression on their faces. Because this is the great, great authority figure. This is Grandpa. And we don't realize it even in the twinkling of an eye. pieces of it all associated. If we say, you must survive, I must survive, life is earnest, and I've got to go on, then your life is a drag, and not a game. Now, it's my intention, my personal opinion, is that my basic metaphysical accent existence as the universe is basically playable. There is no necessity for it whatsoever. It isn't going anywhere. That is to say, it doesn't have some destination to arrive at. But it is best understood by analogy with music. Because music, as an art form, is essentially playful. We say, play the piano. You know, work the piano. Right. Music differs from travel. When you travel, you are trying to get somewhere. And of course, we, because being a very compulsive, purposive culture, are busy getting everywhere faster and faster and faster till we eliminate the distance between places. I mean, with the modern jet travel, you can arrive almost instantaneously. What happens as a result of that is that the two ends of your journey become the same place. So you eliminate the distance, and you eliminate the journey. Because the fun of the journey is to travel, not to obliterate travel. So then, in music, though, one doesn't make the end of a composition the point of the composition. If that was so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People go to a concert just to hear one crashing chord, because that's the end. Same way in dancing. You don't aim at a particular spot in the room. That's where you should arrive. The whole point of the dancing is the dance. Now, but we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct. We've got a system of schooling which gives a completely different impression. It's all graded. And what we do is we put the child into the corridor of this grade system with a kind of, come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. And now you go to kindergarten, you know. That's a great thing because when you finish that, you'll get into first grade. And then come on, first grade leads to second grade and so on. And then you get out of grade school, you go to high school, and it's revving up, the thing is coming. Then you're going to go to college, and by Jove, then you get into graduate school. And when you're through with graduate school, you go out to join the world. And then you get into some racket where you're selling insurance. And they've got that quota to make. And you're going to make that. And all the time, the thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then when you wake up one day about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived. I'm there. And you don't feel very different from what you always felt. And there's a slight letdown because you feel there's a hoax. And there was a hoax. A dreadful hoax. They made you miss everything. By expectation. Look at the people who live to retire and put those savings away. And then when they're 65, they don't have any energy left. They're more or less impotent. And they go and rot in an old people's senior citizens community. Because we've simply cheated ourselves the whole way down the line. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end. And the thing was to get to that end, success or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played. But you had to do that thing. So, in this way, the human being sometimes becomes an organism for self-frustration. Let's take Korzybski called man a time binder. That means that he's the animal peculiarly aware of the time sequence. And as a result of this, is able to do some very remarkable things. He can predict. He studies what's happened in the past, and he says the chances are so-and-so of that happening again, and so he predicts. Well, this is very useful to be able to predict, because that has survival value. But at the same time, it creates anxiety. You pay for this increased survival ability involved in prediction by knowing that in the end you won't succeed. They're all going to fall apart by one way or another. It might happen tomorrow, it might happen 50 years from now, but it all comes apart in the end. And people get worried about that, they get anxious. So what they gained on the roundabout, they lost on the swings. So then, if you see, on the other hand, that existence, this is, as I said, my basic metaphysical assumption, which I won't conceal from you, that existence is musical in nature. That is to say that it is not serious. It is the play of all kinds of patterns. We can look upon different creatures as we look at different games, as we look at chess, checkers, backgammon, tennis. There's the tree game, the beetle game, the grass game. Or you can look at them as you look at different styles of music, mazurkas, waltzes, sonata, etc., all down the line. There are all these different things doing their stuff. They're going to do, in different rhythms. And we're doing that. If you were in a flying saucer from Mars or somewhere and you came and looked, try and make out what was living on this world, from about 10,000 feet at night or early morning, you would see these great ganglia with tentacles going out all over the place. And early in the morning, you see little blobs of luminous particles going into the middle of them. See? And then in the late afternoon or early evening, it would spit them all out again. And they say, well, this thing breathes. And it does it in a special rhythm. It goes in and out, in and out, in and out once every 24 hours. But then it rests a day and doesn't spit so much. It just spits in a different way. That's a kind of irregularity. And then it starts spitting all over again the same way. I say that's very interesting. That's this kind of thing we have. See? This is something that goes this way, you see. Now, existence, you see, is something that is spontaneous. The Chinese word for nature, zhang, means that which happens of itself. Your hair grows by itself. Your heart beats by itself. You breathe pretty much by itself. Your glands secrete their essences by themselves. You don't have voluntary control over these things. So we say it happens spontaneously. So when you go to sleep and you try to go to sleep, you interfere with the spontaneous process of going to sleep. Try to breathe, real hard, and you find you get balled up in your breathing. So if you're going to be human, you just have to trust yourself to have bowel movements and go to sleep and digest your food. Of course, if something goes seriously wrong and you need a surgeon, that's another matter. But by and large, the healthy human being doesn't, right from the start of life, need surgical interference. And he lets it happen by itself. So with the whole picture, that is fundamental to it. You've got to let go and let it happen. Because if you don't, you're going to be all clutched up. You're going to be constantly trying to do what can happen healthily only if you don't try. And when you think a bit what people really want to do with their time, what do they do when they're not being pushed around and somebody's telling them what to do? They like to make rhythms. They listen to music, they dance, or they sing, or they do something of a rhythmic nature, playing cards or bowling, raising their elbows. Everybody wants to spend their time swinging. That's the nature of this whole thing we're in. You see, like the swing. That's why it does it.
Audio wisdom titles have been selected from hundreds of hours of original live recordings to bring you the ideas and insights of some of the most important thinkers of our time. Please join us again as we present notable authors and speakers in historic lectures and intimate conversations as they share their thoughts with you in their own words. For a complete catalog of offerings, please call 1-800-969-2887. Audio Wisdom, Post Office Box 2309, San Anselmo, California 94979. As one of the century's most eloquent philosophers, Alan Watts introduced a generation in the West to the fascinating ideas of the Far East, the wisdoms of the Orient. In the 1960s and early 70s, he lectured throughout the English-speaking world and was recorded in a variety of settings, from seminars aboard his ferry boat, the Vallejo, in Sausalito, California, to keynote addresses at major universities. The author of books on Christian theology, psychology, ecology, and Eastern religion, including his classic The Way of Zen, Watts' scholarship is deep and timeless. However, it is also his wit and playful approach to life that endears him to us today.
It has become extremely plausible that this trip between the maternity ward and the crematorium is what there is to life. And we still have, going into our common sense, the 19th century myth, which succeeded the ceramic myth in Western history. I call it the myth of the fully automatic model. Man is a little germ that lives on an unimportant rock ball that revolves about an insignificant star on the outer edges of one of the smaller galaxies. But on the other hand, if you think about that for a few minutes, I am absolutely amazed to discover myself on this rock ball, rotating around a spherical fire. It's a very odd situation. And the more I look at things, I cannot get rid of the feeling that existence is quite weird. I know that. See, a philosopher is a sort of intellectual yokel who gawks at things that sensible people take for granted. And sensible people, existence is nothing at all. I mean, it's just basic. Just go on and do something. See, this is the current movement in philosophy. Logical analysis says you mustn't think about existence. It's a meaningless concept. Therefore, philosophy has become the discussion of trivia. No good philosopher lies awake nights worrying about the destiny of man and the nature of God and all that sort of thing, because a philosopher today is a practical fellow who comes to the university with a briefcase at 9 and leaves at 5. He does philosophy during the day, which is discussing whether certain sentences have meaning and if so what. And then he would, as William Earl said in a very funny essay, he would come to work in a white coat if he thought he could get away with it. Problem is, he's lost his sense of wonder. Wonder is like, in modern philosophy, something you mustn't have. It's like enthusiasm in 18th century England. It's very bad form. But you see, I don't know what question to ask when I wonder about the universe. It isn't a question that I'm wondering about, it's a feeling that I have. Because I cannot formulate the question that is my wonder. The moment my mouth opens to utter it, I suddenly find I'm talking nonsense. But that should not prevent wonder from being the foundation of philosophy. So, there is obviously a place in life for a religious attitude in the sense of awe, astonishment at existence. And that is also a basis of respect for existence. We don't have very much of it in this culture, even though we call it materialistic. In the culture that we call materialistic today, we are, of course, bent on the total destruction of material and its conversion into junk and poisonous gas as quickly as possible. This is not a materialistic culture, because it has no respect for material. And respect is in turn based on wonder, on feeling the marvel of just an ordinary pebble in your fingers. The sea darkens. The voices of the wild ducks are faintly white. In the dark forest, a berry drops. The sound of the water. Those were two complete poems from a kind of Japanese poetry. To my mind, this is beyond all doubt at once the simplest and the most sophisticated form of literature in the world. For the invariable mark of very great artistry is its artlessness. It looks easy. It looks almost as if it were a work not of art, but of nature. When you're used to Western poetry, the haiku comes as something of a shock. It seems to be no more than a fragment of poetry, awakening anticipations which it does not fulfill. The stars on the pond. Again, the winter shower ruffles the water. It seems to be a poem just begun, but left unfinished. But with a little more familiarity, you realize that haiku poetry excels in one of the rarest of artistic virtues. The virtue of knowing when to stop, of knowing when enough has been said. And there are respects in which this is the secret not only of art, but of life itself. Haiku represents the ultimate refinement of a long tradition of Far Eastern literature, which derived its inspiration from a type of Buddhism known as Zen. Many other arts found their impetus from the same source. Painting in black ink, ceramics, architecture, landscape gardening, and even fencing and jujutsu. And the unique quality of Zen Buddhism, and of all the arts which it has inspired, is a profoundly startling simplicity. There is a complete lack of the unessential and a marvelously refreshing directness. When you realize that the scriptures of Buddhism fill more volumes than the Encyclopedia Britannica with philosophical discourses of the utmost subtlety, Zen comes as a pure and unalloyed relief. It has no ideas, no beliefs, no doctrines, no symbolism. It might be called the religion of no religion, were it not that this might confuse it with a crass materialism or atheism. When one of the great Zen masters was asked, "What is the ultimate principle of Buddhism?" he answered, a sesame bun. To the same sort of question, another replied, "It's windy again this morning." Another handed the questioner a piece of cake. To look for some sort of deep symbolism in these replies is to miss the point completely, for they are the plainest and most complete answers to the great problems of philosophy and religion. For it's the chief intuition of Zen that the answer to the problem of life, or we might say to the problem of God, is so utterly obvious that one hardly needs even to look for it. According to Zen, the reason why our quest for some ultimate reality is so difficult is that we are looking in obscure places for what is out in the broad daylight. Our trouble is not that we haven't thought about it enough, but that we have thought about it entirely too much. Once again, the art is one of knowing when to stop. As another Zen master said, if you want to see into it directly. But when you begin to think about it, it is altogether missed. Zen answers profound questions with simple everyday facts. It is windy again this morning. But watch out. This is not a kind of sentimental pantheism or nature mysticism. Still less is it a kind of philistinism, as if to say, stop asking silly questions and get on with your work. The difficulty of talking about Zen is that every attempt to explain it makes it more obscure. Somebody asked the master Bokuju, "We have to dress and eat every day, and how do we get out of all that?" In other words, how does one put up with insufferable routine? Bokuju answered, "We dress, we eat." The questioner said, "I don't understand." "If you don't understand," replied Bokuju, "put on your clothes and eat your food." These answers may seem very prosaic, very matter-of-fact, dry, but haiku is the same insight, the same view of the ultimate reality in terms of poetry. Yet I must warn you again, do not look for symbolism or for a sort of practical materialism. The point is far more obvious than that. In Japanese, every haiku poem consists of 17 syllables, and their extreme brevity makes them peculiarly difficult to translate. To my knowledge, the best translations used in this record are those of R.H. Blythe. I think one of the easiest approaches to an appreciation of haiku is through the realization that poetry of this kind lies buried in our own poetic literature. For there are quite a number of poems that are remembered only for a single line. A rose-red city, half as old as time. A line in which the poem attained for a single moment to pure poetry, which is something as utterly indefinable as the meaning of Zen. Blythe has made a considerable selection of haiku from English literature, conveniently saving me the trouble of searching around for examples. The tinkle of the thirsty rill, unheard all day, ascends again. The weak-eyed bat, with short, shrill shrieks, flits by on leather wing. annihilating all that's made to a green thought, a green shade. Some bird from out the break starts into voice a moment, then is still. In shades, the orange bright, like golden lamps in a dreamer. The wonder of these few lines is that in each instant they represent a moment of intense perception. I'm sure that every one of us can recall a number of such moments in our lives. Moments when we were aware of being alive in an unusually vivid way. I can recollect a glimpse of sunlit pigeons against the dark thundercloud. The sound of cowbells in the mountain silence on a hot afternoon. The noise of a distant waterfall in the dusk. The smell of burning leaves in the haze of an autumn day. The filigree of black branches against the cold blue of a winter sky. The moon hanging like a luminous fruit from a pine bough. And as I describe such moments, I begin almost to speak in haiku. But I feel no desire to elaborate upon it. For the feeling is intense, to the degree that I am not greedy with it, that I do not try to grasp it with my memory for more than a second or two. This is the secret of Zen, that life reveals itself most plainly when you do not clutch at it, either with your feelings or with your questing intellect. Touch and go. This is the whole art. That's why our eyes see best. When they brush across things and do not stare in a fixed gaze. Everything kept goes stale. And the reason is that whatever is momentous, living and moving, is momentary. Minute by minute, our experience moves along without return. And we are in accord with it to the degree that we move with it, as the mind follows music, or as a leaf goes with the stream. Yet this is to say too much. For the moment we stop to philosophize about it, to make a system of it, we have missed a beat. The greatest of all haiku poets, Basho, put it thus: when the lightning flashes, how admirable he who thinks not light is fleeting. This is perhaps a poor haiku, for the very reason that it begins to philosophize, even though it philosophizes against philosophizing. But it only just begins, and this is the point. Being too much against philosophy is just as much an arid intellectualism as being too much for it. Basho is to the point. In the most famous of all haiku, the old pond, a frog jumps in, plop. These lines are said to represent the moment in which Basho's study of Zen came to its sudden fulfillment. When the mystery of the universe was solved in the plop of a falling frog. This state of mind is technically called mushin, literally the state of no mind. This is when we are simply aware of what is, without distorting it by the complexities of self-consciousness as when, in efforts to get the very most out of life, we not only feel, but feel that we feel, and feel that we feel that we feel. The state of Mushin is thus an extremely clear kind of unself-consciousness, where the poet is not divided from his subject, the knower from the known. If and when he speaks about his own feelings, they aren't seen as reactions, but as an integral part of the experience which he records. The scarecrow in the distance, it walked with me as I walked. Sleet falling, fathomless, infinite loneliness. Winter desolation. In a world of one color, the sound of the wind. The evening haze, thinking of past things, how far off they are. The literary form of the haiku is even more rigid than that of the sonnet, which is perhaps the most formal style of English poetry. Not only must it be expressed in 17 syllables or so, but there are a number of traditional restrictions on the subject matter. Haiku must always be written in harmony with the current season of the year, and there is a tendency to adhere to certain customary themes, certain flowers, trees, insects, animals, festivals, and landscapes, being the usual occasions of the poems. This makes a classified anthology of haiku rather monotonous reading, unless you jump about haphazardly from one part of the book to another. But strict limitations of form seem to be a condition of great artistry, an essential part of the very art being to see how much can be done with so little. Sometimes a haiku seems to present a rather stilted and conventional Japanesey sort of scene, as this one from Shiki. A willow and 2 or 3 cows waiting for the boat. Or this, if I remember rightly, by Kobori Enshu. A cluster of summer trees, a glimpse of the sea, a pale evening moon. Contrariwise, there are times when the poet seems to outdo himself with ingenuity. A fallen leaf returning to the branch, butterfly. Or this one by Isa. A brushwood gate, and for a lock, this snail. But the best are those which arise from the tension between the rigidity of the form and the intensity of the poetic feeling. Both Chinese and Japanese artists admire beyond everything in a certain kind of restraint. An expression which hints rather than states, indicates rather than explains, suggests rather than describes. An art which leaves an enormous amount to the beholder's or the listener's imagination, instead of excluding his participation by a perfection of finished detail. Yet the listener is not expected to fill in the details literally, but to share in the mood which the poem implies. Not a single stone to throw at the dog, the wintry moon. Leaves falling lie one on another. The rain beats on the rain. What is restraint is the temptation of every artist to show off and leave his listener nothing to do but admire. But the haiku poet must, at great pains, acquire a certain primitivity and unfinishedness of expression, which comes off only in a social context where the reader, the listener, is also in the know. It is a poetry where the reader is almost as important as the poet, where deep calls unto deep, and the poem is successful to the degree that the reader shares the same poetic experience, which, however, is never explicitly stated. This is not, though, as in the decadent period of Chinese poetry, achieved by an extreme use of literary allusions, intelligible only to an exclusive coterie of scholars. What the listener has to be in the know about is not literature, but life, places, seasons, moods, and above all, the utterly indescribable insight of Zen Buddhism. And this has been called an acute perception of the thusness of things, not their goodness or badness, beauty or ugliness, usefulness or uselessness, not even their abstract isness or being, but rather their very concrete thinginess. Sticking on the mushroom, the leaf of some unknown tree. The tree frog riding the banana leaf sways and quivers. Walking in the winter rain, the umbrella pushes me back. Evening rain, the banana leaf speaks of it first. I believe that haiku had their origins in anthologies of short quotations from Chinese poems, which the Zen Buddhists compiled for purposes of meditation. One of these puts the quality of thusness a little more philosophically, and therefore to us perhaps more intelligibly, when it says, "If you do not believe, look at September, look at October, the yellow leaves falling to fill both mountain and river." But again, and for the last time, let me say that you must not look here for any symbolism, any idea, either of God revealed in the beauty of autumn leaves, or of just autumn leaves with no God, or of the transiency of life, or anything else. The mysterious and yet obvious thusness of things is clear when you see it directly without asking questions. When Gensha, another old Zen master, was asked how to enter the path of Buddhism, he answered, "Do you hear that stream? Why, yes. There," he concluded, "is the way to enter." And the poet Gochiku put it quite perfectly in the long title, "The Sound of the Water Says What I mean. The sea darkens, the voices of the wild ducks are faintly white. In the dark forest of the Those were two complete poems from a kind of Japanese poetry known as haiku. To my mind, this is beyond all doubt at once the simplest and the most sophisticated form of literature in the world. For the invariable mark of very great artistry is its artlessness. It looks easy. It looks almost as if it is not of art, but of It seems to be no more than a fragment of poetry, awakening anticipations which it does not fulfill. The stars on the pond. Again, the winter shower ruffles the water. It seems to be a poem just begun, but left unfinished. But with a little more familiarity, you realize that haiku poetry excels in one of the rarest of artistic virtues, the virtue of knowing when to stop, of knowing when enough has been said. And there are respects in which this is the secret not only of art, but of life itself. Haiku represents the ultimate refinement, a long tradition of Far Eastern literature, which derived its inspiration from a type of Buddhism known as Zen. Many other arts found their impetus from the same source. Painting in black ink, ceramics, architecture, landscape gardening, and even fencing and jujutsu. And the unique quality of Zen Buddhism, and of all the arts which it has inspired, is a profoundly startling simplicity. There is a complete lack of the unessential, and a marvelously refreshing directness. When you realize that the scriptures of Buddhism fill more volumes than the Encyclopedia Britannica with philosophical discourses of the utmost subtlety, Zen comes as a pure and unalloyed relief. It has no ideas, no beliefs, no doctrines, no symbolism. It might be called the religion of no religion, were it not that this might confuse it with a crass materialism or atheism. When one of the great Zen masters was asked, "What is the ultimate principle of Buddhism?" he answered, "A sesame bun." To the same sort of question, another replied, "It's windy again this morning." Another handed the questioner a piece of cake. To look for some sort of deep symbolism in which replies is to miss the point completely, for they are the plainest and most complete answers to the great problems of philosophy and religion. It's the chief intuition of Zen that the answer to the problem of life, or we might say to the problem of God, is so utterly obvious that one hardly needs even to look for it. According to Zen, the reason why our quest for some ultimate reality is so difficult is that we are looking in obscure places for what is out in the broad daylight. Our trouble is not that we haven't thought about it, but that we have thought about it. Once again, the art is knowing when to stop. As another Zen master said, if you want to see into it directly. But when you begin to think about it, it is altogether missed. Zen answers profound questions, simple everyday facts. It is windy again this morning. But watch out. This is not a kind of sentimental pantheism, nature mysticism. Still less is it a kind of philistinism, as if to say, stop asking silly questions and get on with your work. The difficulty of talking about Zen is that every attempt to explain it makes it more obscure. Somebody asked the master Bokuju, we have to dress and eat every day, and how do we get out of all that? In other words, how does one put up with insufferable routine? Bokuju answered, we dress, we eat. The questioner said, I don't understand. If you don't understand, replied Bokuju, put on your clothes and eat your food. These answers may seem very prosaic, very matter-of-fact and dry, but haiku is the same insight, the same view of the ultimate reality in terms of poetry. Yet I must warn you again, do not look for symbolism or for a sort of practical materialism. The point is far more obvious than that. In Japanese, every haiku poem consists of 17 syllables, and their extreme brevity makes them peculiarly difficult to translate. To my knowledge, the best translations used in this record are those of R.H. Blythe. I think one of the easiest approaches to an appreciation of haiku is through the realization that poetry of this kind lies buried in our own poetic literature. For there are quite a number of poems that are remembered only for a single line. A rose-red city, half as old as time. A line in which the poem attained for a single moment to pure poetry, which is something as utterly indefinable as the meaning of Zen. Blythe has made a considerable selection of haiku from English literature, conveniently saving me the trouble of searching around for examples. The tinkle of the thirsty rill, unheard all day, ascends me. The weak-eyed bat, with short, shrill shrieks, flits by on leather, annihilating all that's made to a green thought, green shade. Some bird from out the brake starts into voice a moment, then is still. In shades, the orange bright, like golden lamp. The wonder of these few lines is that in each instant they represent a moment of intense perception. I'm sure that every one of us can recall a number of such moments in our lives. Moments when we were aware of being alive in an unusually vivid way. I can recollect a glimpse of sunlit pigeons against a dark undercloud. The sound of cowbells in the mountain silence on a hot afternoon. The noise of a distant waterfall in the dusk. The smell of burning leaves in the haze of an autumn day. The filigree of black branches against the cold blue of a winter sky. The moon hanging like a luminous fruit from a pine bough. And as I describe such moments, I begin almost to speak in haiku. But I feel no desire to elaborate upon it. For the feeling is intense, to the degree that I am not greedy with it, that I do not try to grasp it with my memory for more than a second or two. This is part of the secret of Zen, that life reveals itself most plainly when you do not clutch at it, either with your feelings or with your questioning intellect. Touch and go. seabirds. When they brush across things and do not stare in a fixed gaze, everything kept goes still. And the reason is that whatever is momentous, if is momentary. Minute by minute, our experience moves along without return. And we are in accord with it to the degree that we move with it, as the mind follows music, or as a leaf goes with the stream. Yet this is to say, for the moment we stop to philosophize about it, to make a system of it, we have missed it. The greatest of all haiku poets, Basho, put it thus: when the lightning flashes, how admirable he who thinks not like it. This is perhaps a poor haiku, for the very reason that it begins to philosophize, even though it philosophizes against philosophizing. But it only just begins, and this is the point. Being too much against philosophy is just as much arid intellectualism as being too much for it. Basho is to the point. In the most famous of all haiku, the old farm, a frog jumps in, plop. These lines are said to represent the moment in which Basho's study of Zen came to its sudden fulfillment. When the mystery of the universe was solved in the plop of a falling frog. This state of mind is technically called Mushin, literally the state of no mind. This is when we are simply aware of what is, without distorting it by the complexities of self-consciousness, as when, in efforts to get the very most out of life, we not only feel, but feel that we feel, and feel that we feel that we feel. The state of Mushin is thus an extremely clear kind of unself-consciousness, where the poet is not divided from its subject, no other than the note. If and when he speaks about his own feelings, they aren't seen as reactions, but as an integral part of the experience which he records. The scarecrow in the distance, it walked with me as I walked. Sleet falling, fathomless, infinite loneliness. Winter desolation. In a world of one color, the sound of the wind. The evening haze, thinking of past things, far, far away. The literary form of the haiku is even more rigid than that of the sonnet, which is perhaps the most formal style of English poetry. Not only must it be expressed in 17 syllables or so, but there are a number of traditional restrictions on the subject matter. Haiku must always be written in harmony with the current season of the year, and there is a tendency to adhere to certain customary themes, certain flowers, trees, insects, animals, festivals, landscapes, This is a classified anthology of haiku rather than autologous, unless you jump about haphazardly from one part to another. But strict limitations of form seem to be a condition of great artistry, an essential part of the very art being to see how much can be done with so little. times, a haiku seems to present a rather stilted and conventional Japanese sort of scene, as this one from Shiki. A willow, and 2 or 3 clouds. Or this, if I remember right, by Kobori Enshu. A cluster of summer trees, a glimpse of the sea, a pale evening moon. Contrariwise, there are times when the poet seems to outdo himself with ingenuity. A fallen leaf returning to the branch, butterfly. Or this one by Isa. A brushwood gate, and for a lock, this snail. But the best time, those which arise from the tension between the rigidity of the form and the intensity of the poetic feeling. Both Chinese and Japanese artists admire beyond everything a certain kind of restraint, an expression which hints rather than states, indicates rather than explains, suggests rather than describes. An art which leaves an enormous amount of the beholder's or the listener's imagination, instead of excluding its participation by a perfection of finished detail. Yet the listener is not expected to fill in the details literally, but to share in the mood which the poem implies. Not a single stone to throw at the dog. The wintry moon. Leaves falling lie one on another. The rain beats on the rain. What is restraint is the temptation of every artist to show off, leave his listener nothing to do but admire. But the haiku poet must at great pains acquire a certain primitivity and unfinishedness of expression, which comes off only in a social context where the reader, the listener, is also in the know. It is a poetry where the reader is almost as important as the poet, where deep calls unto deep, and the poem is successful to the degree that the reader shares the same poetic experience, which, however, is never explicitly stated. This is not, though, as in the decadent period of Chinese poetry, achieved by an extreme use of literary allusions, intelligible only to an exclusive coterie of scholars. What the listener has to be in the know about is not literature, but places, seasons, moods, and above all, the utterly indescribable insight of Zen Buddhism. And this has been called an acute perception of the thusness, not their goodness or badness, beauty or ugliness, usefulness or uselessness, not even their abstract isness or being, but rather their very concrete thinkings. Sticking on the mushroom, the leaf of some unknown tree. The tree frog riding the banana sways and moves. Walking in the winter rain, the umbrella pushes me back. Evening rain, the banana leaf speaks of it to us. I believe that haiku had their origins in anthologies of short quotations from Chinese poets, which the Zen Buddhists compiled says, if you do not believe, look at September, look at October, yellow leaves falling, to fill both mountain and river. But again, and for the last time, let me say, you must not look here for any symbolism, any idea, either of God revealed in the beauty of autumn leaves, or of just autumn leaves with no God, or of the transiency of life, or anything else. The mysterious and yet obvious thusness of things is clear when you see it directly without asking questions. When Gensha, another old Zen master, was asked how to enter the path of Buddhism, he answered, "Do you hear that stream? Why, yes. There," he concluded, "is the way to enter." And the poet Kojiko put it quite perfectly in the haiku. The long night, the sound of the water says what I know. The sea darkens, the voices of the wild ducks are faintly white. In the dark forest a berry drops, the sound of the water. Those were two complete poems from a kind of Japanese poetry known as haiku. To my mind, this is beyond all doubt at once the simplest and the most sophisticated form of literature in the world. For the invariable mark of very great artistry is its artlessness. It looks easy. It looks almost as if it were a work not of art, but of nature. When you're used to Western poetry, the haiku comes as something of a shock. It seems to be no more than a fragment of poetry, awakening anticipations which it does not fulfill. The stars on the pond. Again, the winter shower ruffles the water. It seems to be a poem just begun, but left unfinished. But with a little more familiarity, you realize that haiku poetry excels in one of the rarest of artistic virtues. The virtue of knowing when to stop, of knowing when enough has been said. And there are respects in which this is the secret not only of art, but of life itself. Haiku represents the ultimate refinement of a long tradition of Far Eastern literature, which derived its inspiration from a type of Buddhism known as Zen. Many other arts found their impetus from the same source. Painting in black ink, ceramics, architecture, landscape gardening, and even fencing and jujutsu. And the unique quality of Zen Buddhism, and of all the arts which it has inspired, is a profoundly startling simplicity. There is a complete lack of the unessential, and a marvelously refreshing directness. When you realize that the scriptures of Buddhism fill more volumes than the Encyclopedia Britannica with philosophical discourses of the utmost subtlety, Zen comes as a pure and unalloyed relief. It has no ideas, no beliefs, no doctrines, no symbolism. It might be called the religion of no religion, were it not that this might confuse it with a great Zen masters was asked, what is the ultimate principle of Buddhism? He answered, Sesame Bun. To the same sort of question, another replied, it's windy again this morning. Another handed the questioner a piece of cake. To look for some sort of deep symbolism in these replies is to miss the point completely, for they are the plainest and most complete answers to the great problems of philosophy and religion. For it's the chief intuition of Zen that the answer to the problem of life, or we might say to the problem of God, is so utterly obvious that one hardly needs even to look for it. According to Zen, the reason why our quest for some ultimate reality is so difficult is that we are looking in obscure places for what is out in the broad daylight. Our trouble is not that we haven't thought about it enough, but that we have thought about it entirely too much. Once again, the art is one of knowing when to stop. As another Zen master said, if you want to see into it directly. But when you begin to think about it, it is altogether missed. Zen answers profound questions with simple everyday facts. It is windy again this morning. But watch out. This is not a kind of sentimental pantheism or nature mysticism. Still less is it a kind of philistinism, as if to say, stop asking silly questions and get on with your work. The difficulty of talking about Zen is that every attempt to explain it makes it more obscure. Somebody asked the master Bokuju, we have to dress and eat every day, and how do we get out of all that? In other words, how does one put up with insufferable routine? Bokuju answered, we dress, we eat. The questioner said, I don't understand. If you don't understand, replied Bokuju, put on your clothes and eat your food. These answers may seem very prosaic, very matter-of-fact, dry, but haiku is the same insight, the same view of the ultimate reality in terms of poetry. Yet I must warn you again, do not look for symbolism or for a sort of practical materialism. The point is far more obvious than that. In Japanese, every haiku poem consists of 17 syllables, and their extreme brevity makes them peculiarly difficult to translate. To my knowledge, the best translations used in this record are those of R.H. Blythe. I think one of the easiest approaches to an appreciation of haiku is through the realization that poetry of this kind lies buried in our own poetic literature. For there are quite a number of poems that are remembered only for a single line. A rose-red city, half as old as time. A line in which the poem attained for a single moment to pure poetry, which is something as utterly indefinable as the selection of haiku from English literature, conveniently saving me the trouble of searching around for examples. The tinkle of the thirsty rill, unheard of,
Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Welcome to Get the Edge, the 7-day program to transform your life, your body, your emotions, your relationships, your finances, the whole enchilada. And I'm here to deliver for you. And in the next few days, you and I are going to become good friends. And it's my privilege to become your coach. I thank you for that opportunity. I want to start out right up front by telling you that you and I must be kindred souls, because you're listening to tapes just like I did, starting way back at 17. I've never stopped doing it. I've never stopped reading. I've never stopped learning, because I'm always looking for the edge, and you must be too. Not the edge over other people. I'm talking about the life advantage. The advantage that allows you to see life and feel life from the peak, where you experience that joy and that passion, that juice for living, where your body feels that kind of energy, where you wake up in the morning, you can't wait to jump out of bed, and you don't want to go to bed at night because your life has so much that you enjoy. I want you to experience more of that. I'm sure you have some of that, or if you don't feel it right now, I can promise you you will. And I can make that promise not through hyperbole, but I can make the promise because two things are true. Number one, I've done this for 25 years with people from 75 countries, with 3 million people, and there's nothing you've gone through that I haven't seen. And I can show you how to make the shift. Not because I'm so smart, but because I have to be an idiot at this stage not to see that there are patterns in human behavior. There are certain things that if you do them, you're going to feel extraordinary. And if you do other things, you're going to be depressed and frustrated and overwhelmed. And all you have to do is see those patterns, but most of us don't have that privilege because we're busy spending our life, making a living. We start out really young. We have all these ideas and dreams, this excitement for our life, and gradually that wanes, doesn't it? Because after a while, you get disappointed, you have some failures, quote unquote. People tell you, hey, you're a bit naive to think this stuff could work out. Or lower your expectations. And the minute you do that, you've lost your life. What you have now is life as a job. Life is something that we go out and we do every day so we can start over and do it again, instead of finding that juice that God gave us, that unique expression of ourselves that'll touch other people and make us feel like this life has a greater meaning than just the day-to-day stuff. And so we want to deliver on that in the next 7 days. That's a big promise. But it can happen, and the reason I believe it can happen is not only because I know my stuff, but you know yours. If you're listening to me right now, you're one of the few who do. You're not one of those people who settle. Everybody talks a great game, don't they? Oh, yeah, I'd like to transform my life. Sure, I'd like to be physically fit and energetic. I'd like to have more time with my kids, of course. Yes, I want to find that ideal person, or I want to put the juice back in my relationship. Of course I'd like to do well financially. I'd like to be financially free. Maybe I'll hit the lottery. Most people got great goals, great wishes is what they really have, but they have no plan. Hope will not get us what we want. If that's all it took, we'd all be rich, we'd all be thin, we'd all have the greatest relationships, and our kids would all be perfect. We'd all feel this incredible connection with God every moment, but few people do. And it's the few that actually make it their focus and they take action upon it. So the fact that you're not just one of those people talking, but you took action, that's pretty unique. You're like me. I was willing to buy all these lousy tapes. I didn't even have the money, and I'd go out and get those things because something inside of me was not willing to settle for less than I could pay. Something inside of me knew there was more, and I didn't want to live in despair anymore, and I didn't want to be embarrassed about my body, and I didn't want to feel like my life didn't have a real purpose. And so you're probably not where I was. I'm sure you're much further along than I was along that journey. Maybe you are where I am now, which is just about my life. And you're just looking for that extra advantage, those extra little tools that you can tweak things to take it to another level so you can enjoy even more and give even more to the people around you. But I can tell you this. I know you can succeed at this because you made it through your pessimism, skepticism, and the stuff that really kills our faith. People tell me all the time, well, I'm skeptical about this kind of stuff. I'm pessimistic. I say, no, you're gutless. You're scared. Tell the truth. You're afraid to get your hopes up. I got it. I've been there too. You're afraid to get excited about something and then have it not work. So often that happens. But certain things work. There are laws of life. If you live them, you'll get results. If you sow, you'll reap. And the reason they work is because they've been modeled from people that have already made it happen. I've spent a quarter of a century with some of the most challenged people in the world, helping turn things around, and also some of the greatest leaders of the heart, people like Mother Teresa, God rest her soul, or a lady I got to know very well, Princess Diana. And I'm not telling you this to drop names. I'm telling you because I want you to realize I've had the privilege of connecting with people that uniquely inspired millions. I've also been around leaders of the head, brilliant brains in science and finance, I've coached now for more than 7 years on the top financial traders in the world. And I've literally had communication with him every day, 5 days a week for 7 years. And I watched him make $500 million in a day and helped him to coach him through changes along the way. Not just a pump up and motivation and positive thinking. If that's what you want from this, that's not what these 7 days are about, but strategy. Step-by-step things you do to be able to deal with real-life challenges and turn them around now. Step-by-step things you do to make sure you can enjoy the process while you're dealing with those inevitable challenges that we all have in our lives. So I know it'll work for you because you didn't just see the stuff, you got over your skepticism. You said, I'm willing to take a chance. And more importantly, now you're actually listening to it. You took the step of listening. That's a big step, frankly. You know, every journey, and this is a journey, I promise you, a great journey you've begun. But every journey begins with that first step. You know, the old adage they say, it's overused, but it's true. And the first step is listening. So if you got faith and you got the ability to take action, you have the ability to change anything in your life. And I don't know where you are now. I don't know if you're in the most challenged time of your life or if you're in the victory period. But wherever you are, it can change with two things: consistent focus and consistent action. And I can promise you, I don't care how big the challenge is, you can turn it around. You know, at this stage of my life, I'm the guy that gets the call when the fire starts. You know, when all of a sudden the golfer had a 6-stroke advantage and he ended up losing by 4 strokes on national television. I mean, you don't want to get back up and go through that again. Or I get the call when a president is under fire and there's an impeachment hearing and somebody wants some strategy or conversation, or a couple is in a position where they're trying to figure out what to do because their son or daughter is suicidal. Or on the positive side, you know, rock and roll group says, you know what, we're feeling burnt out, we're succeeding, we're doing our best, but we're not enjoying it. You know, you got the tools here to help us be fulfilled. Step up and deliver, and it's a blast. Or I get people stop me every day to tell me these great stories about they changed their body, their relationships, and their finances, or they started a company. Or sometimes I get the call just to celebrate. I just received a call a few days ago from a man who called me up and said, listen, I've been using your stuff for years. I've got all your seminars, listened to all your tapes. I was struggling like crazy. And in 7 years, I built this company. I just sold it for $120 million. I'd like you to come on my jet and celebrate with me. I thought, that's a nice call, right? But I've had so many experiences in so many different countries with so many different kinds of people. I mean, I've dealt with the kids in the South Bronx addicted to cocaine, and I dealt with the top CEOs in Hollywood addicted to cocaine. I mean, people's challenges are the same no matter where you go in the world, whether it's Southeast London, Tasmania, or California. You're going to see that human beings are the same. We have different beliefs, we have different rituals, but we have some of the same challenges, and the solutions that work for human beings are the same worldwide. Now, initially, I took all the things I've learned from all the people I worked with, and obviously, while I was quote-unquote supposedly teaching them, I was learning from them. I was applying it to myself, and I made huge changes in my body and my emotions, my relationships, and my finances. But you know what? Whenever you make a change, you make things better. You feel great for a while, then pretty soon there's another gap. There's a gap between where you are and where you want to be if you're healthy. Only people that are lying say, oh yeah, everything's perfect. How long does it stay like that? Because we always raise our standards. Because one of the needs we have as human beings is to grow. If you don't grow, you die. It's not about your body, it's about the money, it's not about the weight, it's about discovering what you're really capable of and experiencing that feeling of aliveness. And you can't have that unless you realize there's a gap. So if things are going really great in your business, usually, you know, your kids are not getting enough attention and you feel bad about it, but what are you doing? You got to handle it, right? Or if things are great with your kids, you're not taking any time for your own body. Or you're taking time for your body and you don't have time with your spouse. It's the nature of a human being that whatever we focus on, we'll tend to get more of. If you focus on problems, you'll get more of them. If you focus on how to make something better, it'll get better if you really act on that focus. But we don't usually have a systematic way of looking at each of the areas of life that are most important. And in fact, most of us focus on things that aren't important. We make them too important. You know, I really believe that people in life are usually stressed simply because they're focusing on things and giving enormous energy to things that don't really matter that much. You know, we focus on to get all upset. And have you ever done that? I sure have myself. So upset about something, all the emotion. And you know what? 6 months from now, you don't even remember it. Maybe even 6 days from now, sometimes an hour from now. But you don't take the time to focus on the things that matter, like your body or your relationship, or, you know, what's happening with your kids, or your connection with God, or, hey, you know, what do I really want from my life instead of keep doing the same stuff over and over and over again and trying to do it more and harder, even though you're not fulfilled. See, most people are afraid to look at what's missing. But you know what? The moment you can figure out what's missing it won't be missing anymore because you can get a system, you can start to focus on it, you can start to move towards it, and you can achieve anything you put the focus and action into. Anything anybody else has ever made happen, you have the same resources, you have the same nervous system. Some of us are bigger or stronger, some of us have more background in one thing, greater education. But you know what? Those limits are not the real limits. The limits are the limits of our psychology, our mindset, our beliefs, and the feelings we have about them. If you believe that this is it, this is the best life's going to get, you're right. And if you believe, you know what, I don't care how bad it's been, I don't care how many times I've tried this doesn't work, this is going to do it, and I'm going to take action every day until I find the way, you will. And all you have to do is look around in life and see the examples of that everywhere. It's not people's background that makes them successful. It's their psychology. It's their mindset. It's do they have a way of consistently focusing on something, obsessing about something that's so important to them, and are they willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen versus talk about it? See, everybody's got a story about why they can't have what they want. And I'm here to tell you, the only thing that stops us, and I'm not telling you, I've done this so many times, so I'm not pointing the finger, trust me. But the only thing that ever stops us from getting what we really want is the story we have about why we can't have it. And we all come up with those stories. So part of what we want to do in the next week is get rid of the stories, come up with plans that are proven because they're based on people that have already succeeded at the highest levels, and then let you tweak it to your own style. You don't have to be crazy and insane like me. I know at times I want to talk too fast and I might be a little obnoxious. I don't mean to be. I really want to serve. But I got to do anything I can to get through to you because I really know what's possible. If you're at the top, you're not there. There's another level. And you're not going to be happy until you find it. Maybe it's a level of joy. You're the top of the money, or you're the top of your career, or you're the chairman of the company, but there's some new adventure awaiting you. And unless you keep finding it, life doesn't feel like life. It feels like a job. It feels like something you gotta do. And there's nothing worse than feeling like you gotta do versus you get to do. Life is a get to. And we so often convince ourselves it's a got to, and we wonder why we're not so happy. Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Welcome to Get the Edge, the 7-day program to transform your life, your body, your emotions, your relationships, your finances, the whole enchilada. And I'm here to deliver for you. And in the next few days, you and I are going to become good friends. And it's my privilege to become your coach. I thank you for that opportunity. I want to start out right up front by telling you that you and I must be kindred souls because you're listening to tapes just like I did starting way back at 17. I've never stopped doing it. I've never stopped reading. I've never stopped because I'm always looking for the edge, and you must be too. Not the edge over other people. I'm talking about the life advantage. The advantage that allows you to see life and feel life from the peak, where you experience that joy and that passion, that juice for living, where your body feels that kind of energy, where you wake up in the morning, you can't wait to jump out of bed, and you don't want to go to bed at night because your life has so much that you enjoy. I want you to experience more of that. I'm sure you have some of that, or if you don't feel it right now, I can promise you you will. And I can make that promise not through hyperbole, but I can make the promise because two things are true. Number one, I've done this for 25 years with people from 75 countries with 3 million people. And there's nothing you've gone through that I haven't seen. And I can show you how to make the shift. Not because I'm so smart, but because I have to be an idiot at this stage not to see that there are patterns in human behavior. There are certain things that if you do them, you're going to feel extraordinary. And if you do other things, you're going to be depressed and frustrated and overwhelmed. And all you have to do is see those patterns, but most of us don't have that privilege because we're busy spending our life, making a living. We start out really young. We have all these ideas and dreams and this excitement for our life, and gradually that wanes, doesn't it? Because after a while, you get disappointed, you have some failures, quote unquote, some frustrations. People tell you, hey, you're a bit naive to think this stuff could work out. Or lower your expectations. And the minute you do that, you've lost your life. What you have now is life as a job. Life is something that we go out and we do every day so we can start over and do it again instead of finding that juice that God gave us, that unique expression of ourselves that'll touch other people and make us feel like this life has a greater meaning than just the day-to-day stuff. And so we want to deliver on that in the next 7 days. That's a big promise. But it can happen, and the reason I believe it can happen is not only because I know my stuff, but you know yours. If you're listening to me right now, you're one of the few who do. You're not one of those people who settle. Everybody talks a great game, don't they? Oh, yeah, I'd like to transform my life. Sure, I'd like to be physically fit and energetic. I'd like to have more time with my kids, of course. Yes, I want to find that ideal person, or I want to put the juice back in my relationship. You know, of course I'd like to do well financially. I like to be financially free. Maybe I'll hit the lottery. You know, most people got great goals, great wishes is what they really have, but they have no plan. You know, hope will not get us what we want. If that's all it took, we'd all be rich, we'd all be thin, we'd all have the greatest relationships, and our kids would all be perfect. You know, we'd all feel this incredible connection with God every moment, but few people do. And it's the few that actually make it their focus and they take action upon it. So the fact that you're not just one of those people talking, but you took action, that's pretty unique. You're like me. I was willing to buy all these lousy tapes. I didn't even have the money, and I'd go out and get those things because something inside of me was not willing to settle for less than I could be. Something inside of me knew there was more, and I didn't want to live in despair anymore, and I didn't want to be embarrassed about my body, and I didn't want to feel like my life didn't have a real purpose. And so you're probably not where I was. I'm sure you're much further along than I was along that journey. Maybe you are where I am now, which is juiced about my life, and you're just looking for that extra advantage, those extra little tools that you can tweak things to take it to another level so you can enjoy even more and give even more to the people around you. But I can tell you this. I know you can succeed at this because you made it through your pessimism, skepticism, stuff that really kills our faith. You know, people tell me all the time, well, I'm skeptical about this kind of stuff. You know, I'm pessimistic. I say, no, you're gutless. You're scared. Tell the truth. You're afraid to get your hopes up. I got it. I've been there too. You're afraid to get excited about something and then have it not work. So often that happens. But certain things work. There are laws of life. If you live them, you'll get results. If you sow, you'll reap. And the reason they work is because they've been modeled from people that have already made it happen. I've spent a quarter of a century with some of the most challenged people in the world, helping turn things around, and also some of the greatest leaders of the heart. People like Mother Teresa, God rest her soul, or a lady I got to know very well, Princess Diana. And I'm not telling you this to drop names. I'm telling you because I want you to realize I've had the privilege of connecting with people that uniquely inspired millions. I've also been around leaders of the head, brilliant brains in science and finance. I've coached now for more than 7 years on the top financial traders in the world. And I've literally had communication with them every day, 5 days a week for 7 years. And I watched him make $500 million in a day and helped him to coach him through changes along the way. Not just a pump up and motivation and positive thinking. If that's what you want from this, that's not what these 7 days are about, but strategy. Step-by-step things you do to be able to deal with real life challenges and turn them around now. Step-by-step things you do to make sure you can enjoy the process while you're dealing with those inevitable challenges that we all have in our lives. So I know it'll work for you because you didn't just see this stuff. You got over your skepticism. You said, I'm willing to take a chance. And more importantly, now you're actually listening to it. You took the step of listening. That's a big step, frankly. You know, every journey, and this is a journey, I promise you, a great journey you've begun. But every journey begins with that first step. You know, the old adage they say, it's overused, but it's true. And the first step is listening. So if you got faith and you got the ability to take action, you have the ability to change anything in your life. And I don't know where you are right now. I don't know if you're in the most challenged time of your life or if you're in the victory period. But wherever you are, it can change with two things: consistent focus and consistent action. And I can promise you, I don't care how big the challenge is, you can turn it around. You know, at this stage of my life, I'm the guy that gets the call when the fire starts. You know, when all of a sudden the golfer had a 6-stroke advantage and he ended up losing by 4 strokes on national television. I mean, you don't want to get back up and go through that again. Or I get the call when the president is under fire and there's an impeachment hearing. Somebody wants some strategy or conversation. Or a couple is in a position where they're trying to figure out what to do because their son or daughter is suicidal. Or on the positive side, you know, rock and roll group says, you know what, we're feeling burnt out. We're succeeding. We're doing our best, but we're not enjoying it. You know, you got the tools here to help us be fulfilled. Step up and deliver, and it's a blast. Or I get people stop me every day to tell me these great stories about how they changed their body or their relationships or their finances, or they started a company. Or sometimes I get the call just to celebrate. I just received a call a few days ago from a man who called me up and said, listen, I've been using your stuff for years. I've got all your seminars, listened to all your tapes. I was struggling like crazy. And in 7 years, I built this company. I just sold it for $120 million. I'd like you to come on my jet and celebrate with me. That's a nice call, right? But I've had so many experiences in so many different countries with so many different kinds of people. I mean, I've dealt with the kids in the South Bronx addicted to cocaine, and I dealt with the top CEOs in Hollywood addicted to cocaine. You know, I mean, people's Those challenges are the same no matter where you go in the world, whether it's Southeast London, Tasmania, or California. You're going to see that human beings are the same. We have different beliefs, we have different rituals, but we have some of the same challenges, and the solutions that work for human beings are the same worldwide. Now, initially, I took all the things I've learned from all the people I worked with, and obviously, while I was quote-unquote supposedly teaching them, I was learning from them. I was applying it to myself. And I made huge changes in my body and my emotions, my relationships, and my finances. But you know what? Whenever you make a change, you make things better, you feel great for a while, and then pretty soon there's another gap. There's a gap between where you are and where you want to be if you're healthy. Only people that are lying say, oh yeah, everything's perfect. How long does it stay like that? Because we always raise our standards. Because one of the needs we have as human beings is to grow. If you don't grow, you die. It's not about your body. It's not about the money. It's not about the weight. It's about discovering what you're really capable of and experiencing that feeling of aliveness. And you can't have that unless you realize there's a gap. So if things are going really great in your business, usually, your kids are not getting enough attention and you feel bad about it. But what are you doing? You got to handle it, right? Or if things are great with your kids, you're not taking any time for your own body. Or you're taking time for your body and you don't have time with your spouse. It's the nature of a human being that whatever we focus on, we'll tend to get more of. If you focus on problems, you'll get more of them. If you focus on how to make something better, it'll get better if you really act on that focus. But we don't usually have a systematic way of looking at each of the areas of life that are most important. And in fact, most of us focus on things that aren't important to make them check. I really believe that people in life are usually stressed simply because they're focusing on things and giving enormous energy to things that don't really matter that much. We focus on to get all upset. Have you ever done that? I sure have myself. So upset about something, all the emotion. And you know what? 6 months from now, you don't even remember it. Maybe even 6 days from now, sometimes an hour from now. But you don't take the time to focus on the things that matter, like your body or your relationship, or, what's happening with your kids, or your connection with God. Or, hey, what do I really want from my life instead of keep doing the same stuff over and over and over again and trying to do it more and harder, even though you're not fulfilled? See, most people are afraid to look at what's missing. But you know what? The moment you can figure out what's missing, you won't be missing anymore because you can get a system, you can start to focus on it, you can start to move towards it, and you can achieve anything you put the focus and action into. Anything anybody else has ever made happen. You have the same resources, you have the same nervous system. Some of us are bigger or stronger, some of us have more background in one thing, greater education. But you know what? Those limits are not the real limits. The limits are the limits of our psychology, our mindset, our beliefs, and the feelings we have about them. If you believe that this is it, this is the best life's going to get, you're right. And if you believe, you know what, I don't care how bad it's been, I don't care how many times I've tried this doesn't work, this is going to do it, and I'm going to take action every day until I find the way, you will. And all you have to do is look around in life and see the examples of that everywhere. It's not people's background that makes them successful. It's their psychology. It's their mindset. It's do they have a way of consistently focusing on something, obsessing about something that's so important to them, and are they willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen versus talk about it? See, everybody's got a story about why they can't have what they want. And I'm here to tell you, the only thing that stops us, and I'm not telling you, I've done this so many times, so I'm not pointing the finger, trust me. But the only thing that ever stops us from getting what we really want is the story we have about why we can't have it. And we all come up with those stories. So part of what we want to do in the next week is get rid of the stories, come up with the plans that are proven because they're based on people that have already succeeded at the highest levels, and then let you tweak it to your own style. You don't have to be crazy and insane like me. I know at times I want to talk too fast and I might be a little obnoxious. I don't mean to be. I really want to serve. But I'm going to do anything I can to get through to you because I really know what's possible. If you're at the top, you're not there. There's another level, and you're not going to be happy till you find it. Maybe it's a level of joy. You're at the top of the money, or you're at the top of your career, or you're the chairman of the company, but there's some new adventure awaiting you. And unless you keep finding it, life doesn't feel like life. It feels like a job. It feels like something you gotta do. And there's nothing worse than feeling like you gotta do versus you get to do. Life is a get to. And we so often convince ourselves it's a got to, and we wonder why we're not so happy. Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Welcome to Get the Edge, the 7-day program to transform your life, your body, your emotions, your relationships, your finances, the whole enchilada. And I'm here to deliver for you. And in the next few days, you and I are going to become good friends. It's my privilege to become your coach. I thank you for that opportunity. I want to start out right up front by telling you that you and I must be kindred souls, because you're listening to tapes just like I did, starting way back at 17. I've never stopped doing it. I've never stopped reading. I've never stopped learning, because I'm always looking for the edge, and you must too. Not the edge over other people. I'm talking about the life advantage. The advantage that allows you to see life and feel life from the peak, where you experience that joy and that passion, that juice for living, where your body feels that kind of energy, where you wake up in the morning, you can't wait to jump out of bed, and you don't want to go to bed at night, because your life has so much that you enjoy. I want you to experience more of that. I'm sure you have some of that. And if you don't feel it right now, I can promise you you will. And I can make that promise through hyperbole. I can make the promise because two things are true. Number one, I've done this for 25 years with people from 75 countries, with 1 million people. And there's nothing you've gone through that I haven't seen. And I can show you how to make the shift.
It's neither here nor there, but the spice must flow, right?
Not to see that there are patterns.
The money must flow.
There are certain things that if you do,
everybody, it's amazing. Life is a hierarchy,
you do other things,
and I find myself in a position where, as an African American homeless Marine veteran who I helped one time, he said, "I gotta stay in power, brother."
Very terrible place, and all of a sudden something criminal happens. What you have now is life is a job. Life is something that we go and
not necessarily
start over and do it again, instead of finding that juice that God gave us, that unique expression of ourselves that'll touch other people and make us feel like this life has a greater value than just day-to-day stuff. And so we want to deliver on that in the next 7 days. But it can happen, and the reason I think it can happen is not only because I know my stuff, but you know yours. If you're listening to me right now, you're one of the few who do. You're not one of those people who settle. Everybody talks a great game, don't they? Oh, yeah, I'd like to transform my life. Sure, I'd like to be physically fit and energetic. I'd like to have more time with my kids, of course. Yes, I want to find that ideal person, or I want to put the juice back in my relationship. You know, of course I'd like to do well financially. I'd like to be financially free. Maybe I'll hit the lottery. You know, most people got great goals, great wishes is what they really have, but they have no plan. You know, hope will not get us what we want. If that's all it took, we'd all be rich, we'd all be thin, we'd all have the greatest relationships, and our kids would all be perfect. You know, we'd all feel this incredible connection with God every moment, but few people do. And it's the few that actually make it their focus and they take action upon it. So the fact that you're not just one of those people talking, but you took action, that's pretty unique. You're like me. I was willing to buy all these lousy tapes. I didn't even have the money, and I'd go out and get those things because something inside of me was not willing to settle for less than I could be. Something inside of me knew there was more, and I didn't want to live in despair anymore, and I didn't want to be embarrassed about my body, and I didn't want to feel like my life didn't have a real purpose. And so you're probably not where I was. I'm sure you're much further along than I was along that journey. Maybe you are where I am now, which is juiced about my life, and you're just looking for that extra advantage, those extra little tools that you can tweak things to take it to another level so you can enjoy even more and give even more to the people around you. But I can't tell you this. I know you can succeed at this because you made it through your pessimism, skepticism, the stuff that really kills our faith. And people tell me all the time, well, I'm skeptical about this kind of stuff. You know, I'm pessimistic. I say, no, you're gutless. You're scared. Tell the truth. You're afraid to get your hopes up. I got it. I've been there too. You're afraid to get excited about something and then have it not work. So often that happens. But certain things work. There are rules of life. If you live them, you'll get results. If you sow, you'll reap. And the reason they work is because they've been modeled from people that have already made it happen. I've spent a quarter of a century with some of the most challenged people in the world helping turn things around, and also some of the greatest leaders of the heart. People like Mother Teresa, God rest her soul, or a lady I got to know very well, Princess Diana. And I'm not telling you this to drop names. I'm telling you because I want you to realize I've had the privilege of connecting with people that uniquely inspired millions. I've also been around leaders of the head, brilliant brains in science and finance. I've coached now for more than 7 years on the top financial traders in the world. I've literally had communication with them every day, 5 days a week for 7 years. And I watched him make $500 million in a day and helped him to coach him through changes along the way. Not just a pump up and motivation and positive thinking. If that's what you want from this, that's not what these 7 days are about, but strategy. Step-by-step things you do to be able to deal with real-life challenges and turn them around now. Step-by-step things you do to make sure you can enjoy the process while you're dealing with those inevitable challenges that we all have in our lives. So I know it'll work for you because you didn't just see the stuff, you got over your skepticism. You said, I'm willing to take a chance, and more importantly, now you're actually listening to it. You took the step of listening. That's a big step. Every journey, this is a journey, I promise you, a great journey to begin. But every journey begins with that first step. The old adage we say, it's overused, but it's true. And the first step is listening. So if you got faith and you got the ability to take action, you have the ability to change anything in your life. And I don't know where you are right now. I don't know if you're in the most challenged time of your life or if you're in the victory period. But wherever you are, it can change with two things: consistent focus and consistent action. And I can promise you, I don't care how big the challenge is, you can turn it around. At this stage of my life, I'm the guy that gets the call when the fire starts. When all of a sudden the golfer had a 6-stroke advantage and he ended up losing by 4 strokes on national television. I mean, you don't want to get back up and go through that again. Or I get the call when a president is under fire and there's an impeachment hearing and somebody wants some strategy or conversation, or a couple is in a position where they're trying to figure out what to do because their son or daughter is suicidal. Or on the positive side, rock and roll group says, you know what, we're feeling burnt out, we're succeeding, we're doing our best, but we're not enjoying it. You got the tools here to help us be fulfilled. Step up and deliver. It's a blast. Or I get people stop me every day to tell me these great stories about they changed their body or their relationships or their finances, or they started a company. Or sometimes I get the call just to celebrate. I just received a call a few days ago from a man who called me up and said, listen, I've been using your stuff for years. I've gone all your seminars, all your tapes. I was struggling like crazy. And in 7 years, I built this company and I just sold it for $120 million. I'd like you to come on my jet and celebrate with me. That's a nice call, right? But I've had so many experiences in so many different countries with so many different kinds of people. I mean, I've dealt with the kids in the South Bronx addicted to cocaine, and I dealt with the CEOs in addicted to cocaine. I mean, people's challenges are the same no matter where you go in the world, whether it's Southeast London, Tasmania, or California. You're going to see that human beings are the same. We have different beliefs, we have different rituals, we have some of the same challenges, and the solutions that work for human beings are the same worldwide. Now, initially, I took all the things I've learned from all the people I've worked with, and obviously, while I was quote-unquote supposedly teaching them, I was learning from them. I was applying it to myself, and I made huge changes in my body and my emotions and my relationships and my finances. But you know what? Whenever you make a change and you make things better, you feel great for a while, and then pretty soon there's another gap. There's a gap between where you are and where you want to be if you're healthy. Only people that are lying say, oh yeah, everything's perfect. How long does it stay like that? Because we always raise our standards. Because one of the needs we have as human beings is to grow. If you don't grow, you die. It's not about your body. It's not about the money. It's not about the weight. It's about discovering what you're really capable of and experiencing that feeling of aliveness. And you can't have that unless you realize there's a gap. So if things are going really great in your business, usually, your kids are not getting enough attention. And you feel bad about it. What are you doing? You got to handle it. Right? Or if things are great with your kids, you're not taking any time for your own body. Or you're taking time for your body and you don't have time with your spouse. It's the nature of the human being that whatever we focus on, we'll tend to get more of. If you focus on problems, you'll get more of them. If you focus on how to make something better, you'll get better if you really act on that focus. But we don't usually have a systematic way of looking at each of the areas of life that are most important. And in fact, most of us focus on things that aren't important. We make them too important. I really believe that people in life are usually stressed simply because they're focusing on things and giving enormous energy to things that don't really matter that much. We focus on to get all upset. Have you ever done that? I'm sure I have myself. I'm so upset about something, all the emotion. And you know what? 6 months from now, you don't even remember it. Maybe even 6 days from now, sometimes an hour from now. But you don't take the time to focus on the things that matter, like your body or your relationship, or what's happening with your kids, or your connection with God, or hey, what do I really want from my life, instead of keep doing the same stuff over and over and over again and trying to do it harder, even though you're not fulfilled. See, most people are afraid to look at what's missing. But you know what? The moment you can figure out what's missing, you won't be missing anymore because you can get a system, you can start to focus on it, you can start to move towards it, and you can achieve anything you put the focus and action into. Anything anybody else has ever made happen, you have the same resources, you have the same nervous system. Some of us are bigger or stronger, some of us have more background in one thing, greater education. But you know what? Those limits are not the real limits. The limits are the limits of our psychology, our mindset, our beliefs, and the feelings we have about them. If you believe that this is it, this is the best life's going to get, you're right. And if you believe, you know what, I don't care how bad it's been, I don't care how many times I've tried this doesn't work, this is going to do it, and I'm going to take action every day until I find the way, it will. And all you have to do is look around in life and see the examples of that everywhere. It's not people's background that makes them successful. It's their psychology. It's their mindset. It's do they have a way of consistently focusing on something, obsessing about something that's so important to them, and are they willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen versus talk about it? See, everybody's got a story about why they can't have what they want. And I'm here to tell you, the only thing that stops us, and I'm not telling you, I've done this so many times. But the only thing that ever stops us from getting what we really want is the story we have about why it can't happen. And we all come up with those stories. So part of what we want to do in the next week is get rid of the stories, come up with the plans that are proven because they're based on people that have already succeeded at the highest levels, and then let you tweak it to your own style. You don't have to be crazy and insane like me. I know at times I want to talk too fast and I might be a little obnoxious. I don't mean to be. I really want to serve. But I'm going to do anything I can to get through to you because I really know what's possible. If you're at the top, you're not there. There's another level. And you're not going to be happy until you find it. Maybe it's a level of joy. You're at the top of the money, or you're at the top of your career, or you're the chairman of the company, but there's some new adventure awaiting you. And unless you keep finding it, life doesn't feel like life. It feels like a job. It feels like something you gotta do. And there's nothing worse than feeling like you gotta do versus you get to do. Life is a get to. And we so often convince ourselves it's a got to, and we wonder why we're not so happy. Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Welcome to Get the Edge, a 7-day program to transform your life, your body, your emotions, your relationships, your finances, the whole enchilada. And I'm here to deliver for you. And in the next few days, you and I are going to become good friends. And it's my privilege to become your coach. I thank you for that opportunity. I want to start out right up front by telling you that you and I must be kindred souls because you're listening to tapes just like I did starting way back at 17. I've never stopped doing it. I've never stopped reading. I've never stopped learning because I'm always looking for the edge, and you must be too. Not the edge over other people. I'm talking about the life advantage. The advantage that allows you to see life and feel life from the peak, where you experience that joy.
You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Seek the kingdom of God above all else and live righteously, and He will give you everything you need.
Or if you don't feel it, I promise you, you will. And I can make that promise not through hyperbole, but I can make the promise because two things are true. Number one, I've done this for 25 years with people from 75 countries with 3 million people. And there's nothing you've gone through that I haven't seen. And I can show you how to make the shift. Not because I'm so smart, but because I have to be an idiot at this stage not to see that there are patterns in human behavior. There are certain things that if you do them, you're going to feel extraordinary. And if you do other things, you're going to be depressed and frustrated and overwhelmed. And all you have to do is see those patterns, but most of us don't have that privilege because we're busy spending our life, making a living. We start out really young. We have all these ideas and dreams, this excitement.
Somebody was asking me who came, and I said Dennis. They said, who? I said Dennis. The most powerful bull rider we've ever seen.
Involved. Breathe deeply. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for not fight, for not breathe, but for seven. Hold soft as soil, mind clear as sky. You are called to stillness, you are called alive. Hold for not five, for not three, but 4 seconds. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, go, go. The God of power speaks, commands, invokes, breathe deeply, take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 4, not 5, 4, not 3, but 4 sevens. Hold, 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 let it go. Light of love, intelligence, body soft as soil, mind clear as sky. You are called to stillness, you are called alive. Hold for not 5, 4, not 3, but 4 seconds. Hold, 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 let it go. Go, go, light of love, intelligence, charity. Long forest countless, breathe in, count the colors on the wall. Soft wave of my words, they start to fall. Your name melts between each painted thought. You drift to the place you almost forgot. Let your heavy eyes fall under hypnosis, sinking under every heartbeat growing slower, slower. Deeper in this quiet ocean, love hypnosis, soft devotion. You are safe, just like the water. Pull you lower. My voice, like a ribbon round your mind. Unwind all the knots you keep inside. Each side is a step beyond the door. Each touch is a truth you can't ignore. Let your heavy eyes fall under love hypnosis, sinking under every heartbeat growing slower, slower. Deeper in this quiet ocean, love hypnosis, soft devotion. You are safe, just like the water. Pull you lower. Follow every word I say, so slow. Nothing in the world to prove. Thoughts like feathers flowing through. Only breathing you. Let your heavy eyes wander, hypnosis, sinking under every heartbeat growing slower, slower. Deeper in this quiet ocean, love hypnosis, soft emotion. You are safe, just like the water. Pull you lower.
Deep breath, the deepest breath of the day. Breathe in and build like a wave that never breaks. Count slow. You whisper numbers in my ear. 10 beats of thunder, holding every hidden fear. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. We hold the line. Light illuminates within. Tiny tremor in your hands. You stare at nothing till the air begins to land. Every second stretching wider than the sky. 10 rings of silence around the center of your eyes. 10, 9, 11, 10, not 9. We hold light. Light illuminates within. Let it go, go, go. Let it go, go, go. We hold away, exhale the names of all the things you couldn't change. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold light illuminates within. Let it go, go, go. Let it go, let it go. Deep breath, the deepest breath of the day. Breathe in and build like a wave that never breaks. Count slow. You whisper numbers in my ear. 10 beats of thunder, holding every hidden fear. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the line. Light illuminates within. Baruch Hashem. Let it go, go, go. Let it go, go, go. Shoulders soften Tiny tremor in your hands. You stare at nothing till the air begins to land. Every second stretching wider than the sky. 10 rings of silence around the center of your eyes. 10, 9, 10, not 9. We hold light. Light illuminates let it go, go. Let it go, go. Behold the way, exhale the names of all the things you couldn't change. 10, not 11. 10, not 9. We hold light illuminates within.
See this stump? A huge pine fell here after a storm, and I decided to get rid of it myself without paying anyone. My idea? Use a pressure washer. Sounds crazy, right? But it actually works. I set it to the highest pressure and started cutting through the dirt. Slowly, the roots began to appear to the ground. Once the roots were exposed, I grabbed my axe and chopped them off one by one. Then I went back with the washer, cleaned deeper, and finished it off with a chainsaw. And that's it. The stump finally cracked and fell over. No heavy equipment, no contractors. All I used was water, an axe, and a bit of patience. Would you try this trick in your yard?
A deep breath, the deepest breath of the day. Breathes in and builds like a wave that never breaks. Count slow, you whisper numbers in my ear. 10 beats of thunder, holding every hidden fear. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the line that illuminates within. Oh, let it go, go. Let it go, Shoulder soften, tiny tremor in your hand. every second, stretching wider than the sky. 10 rings of silence round the center of your eyes. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the light illuminates within. And let it go, let it go, Inhale the wave, exhale the names of all the things you couldn't change. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the light illuminates within. And let it go, let it go, A deep breath, the deepest breath of the day. Breathes in and builds like a wave that never breaks. Count slow, you whisper numbers in my ear. 10 beats of thunder, holding every hidden fear. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the light illuminates within. Let it go, let it go. Shoulders soften, tiny tremor in your hands. You stare at nothing till the air begins to land. Every second, stretching wider than the sky. 10 rings of silence round the center of your eyes. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Super cringe. The key book. John Kitover band. Which McGuire's. Vote out of Congress. Darren LaHood, Tuesday. By writing in John Kitover, request Republican ballot. Darren has created 25 trillion federal debt. Lied to you about COVID-19 vaccine. Lied to you about Epstein. Lied to you about Afghan resettlement. Lied to you about the border. Lied to you about high-speed internet bills. LaHood, the liar, has indebted you with $1.2 million each in personal debt. Remove LaHood from Congress and save Illinois and the USA. Say thanks to everyone. Yeah. Fraquero. Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, vote out of Congress Darren LaHood Tuesday by writing in John Kitover. Lied to you about COVID-19 vaccines. Lied to you about Epstein. Lied to you about Afghan resettlement. Lied to you about the border. Lied to you about high-speed internet bills. LaHood, the liars, indebted you with $1.2 million each in personal debt. Remove LaHood from.
Local resident John Kitover is urging voters to request a Republican ballot and write in his name in the grateful. Turning to Chicago politics, the city's mayoral election is set for February 23rd, 27. Libertarian candidate John says
Chicago, we deserve leadership. In Chicago, I'm John Kitover. I'm running for mayor because the
election is set for Tuesday.
I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for mayor of Chicago.
Chicago's mayoral election is set for Tuesday, February 23rd, 2027. One of the names on the ballot is Libertarian candidate John Kitover, a U.S. military veteran and longtime
I'm John Kitover, and I'm running for the United subsidies with direct payments. Conspiracy theorists, you may hate
Super cringe.
All of the
Not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the line that illuminates within.
tremor in your head. You stare at nothing till the air begins to land. Every second stretching wider than the sky. 10 rings of silence round the center of your eyes. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the line, illuminates within. Hold, and let it go. Let it go. Inhale the wave, exhale the names of all the things you could have changed. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. We hold the line, illuminates within. And let it go, let it go, a deep breath, the deepest breath of the day. Breathes in and builds like a wave that never.
The God of power speaks, commands, invokes, breathe deeply. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 4, 4 not 5, 4 not 3, but 4 seconds. Hold, let it go. The light of love, intelligence, charity, flow, force, power, light, now. body soft as soil, mind clear as sky. You are cold to stillness. You are cold Four, 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 not five, four, not three, but 4 seconds. Hold, 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 let it go. Let it go. Love, intelligence, charity, film, force, power, wise,
Take the deepest breath of the day. Right now. Right here. This one is different. Drag the air in, like you're pulling in the sea. Slower, slower. Stop. For 4 seconds. 4. Not 5. 4. Not 3. Freeze the world! In your chest, like a film frame, burned into the light. 4. Not 5! 4. Not 3! Time kneels down inside your teeth. 4. Not 5! Say it with me!
Take the deepest breath of the day. Inhale all the light in the universe. Inhale all the sky. Inhale all of the oceans. Tiny galaxies turning in your chest. You are taller than the clouds now. You are wider than the waves. Hold of the earth, all of the power, all of the light within you. Hum, 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 oh, hum, oh, hum, oh, oh, Take the deepest breath of the day. Inhale all the light in the ocean. Inhale all of the sky. Inhale all of the oceans. Hold all of the earth, all of the power, all of the light within you. Hold 10 seconds. Feel it in your hands, in your ribs. Tiny galaxies turning in your chest. You are taller than the clouds now. You are wider than the waves. Hold of the earth, all of the power, all of the light within you. commands, invokes, breathe deeply. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 4, not 5, 4, not 3, but 4 seconds. Hold, let it go. Light of love, intelligence, charity, flow, force, power, light, now. Body soft as soil, mind clear as sky. You are called to stillness. You are called alive. 4, not 5, 4, not 3, but 4 seconds. Hold, let it go. Let it go. Love, intelligence, charity, flow, force, power, light,
Yo, Oleg, why y'all listen to that?
Get your hey, how are you ass off mic and say what you call me.
I'm about to be on Million watching that shit. You know, that shit felt like I was watching.
My bad. I don't know.
What you call me?
Another way you're going to curate the environment by just...
Tether? What the fuck's a tether?
It's a tether.
What does that mean?
That's like, I'll tell you what, that's like, okay. So I know Ecuadorians that were born in the USA, right?
Okay.
Then I real Ecuadorians. You know what I mean?
Wait, so if you're born in the USA,
Bro, I'm just trolling. Just chill out, bro.
wait, this is talk about how. Hold up. Let me get this straight.
Did you just park your car?
Just because Oleg is born in Armenia.
Oh, that's a real Armenian. Yeah, go ahead.
So we're not. So because we're not born in Armenia, we ain't real Armenia. Is what you're trying to say.
Well, look, based upon what
Okay, well, let me ask a question, right? Let me ask you a question. You know, I'm gonna stop trolling, bro. I'm gonna stop trolling.
let me help you out.
Honestly, bro, you're trolling too much, bro.
Ike, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Didn't you just say that the Armenian highlands rest in Azerbaijan and Georgia a little bit?
Okay, I'm not part of this show, guys. I am letting you all know that like the following things that are going to COVID, I in no way reflect my thoughts and feelings on this matter, right?
Listen, honestly, you can, I don't know what the fuck again. Maybe you're right because listen, I'm born in America and I told Congressman like both no. I said, yeah, I'm Armenian. I love my
Tony Robbins told me to do it.
Guess what? I'm gonna vote for the president that's best for America because I fucking live here. And if let's say the president that I faces, but I say there's a president that like goes with whatever I believe in, my values, and for what's best for me here in America, but is pro-Turkey, best believe I'm gonna vote for him because I'm not gonna vote for somebody who's against my ideals here in America, but is pro-Armenia. Like the fuck? What does that do for me?
Them niggas that live right now in those highlands in Azerbaijan, they're more Armenian than you since you live over here.
There's no Armenians there. Talk about those.
No. The people that live in the Armenian highlands are more Armenian than you.
There's no Armenians that live there, though. They were
No, the people that live there.
Those are Turks that were supplanted there.
No, but they're more Armenian than you if they live in Armenia.
Oh, I guess, bro, probably. Those Turks
so how many different ethnicities are in Armenia? Have like ran through there, like in terms of like
ran through there. Armenia has a unique situation because of its geography and topography, where our admixture is very, 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 very minimal, right? You can see spikes in different groups, like post-Bronze Age is generally, or Bronze Age is generally when like the Armenian identity culture was created. Like the Proto-Armenians stuck to that region. They intermixed with each other, and then they stayed in the region.
That's so we're like Bronze Age brothers now? That's cool, bro. We're Bronze Age
brothers. Yes and no. We're kind of older than that too, right? Our haplogroup is its own little branch, and then it's either Proto-Iranian, Proto-Armenian, and then you have a different group that comes in about like 18,000 years ago called the Yamnaya. Those are the Caucasian steppe people. The Yamnaya peoples then intermix with the Armenians. That's the first admixture, and then you don't have any for the next like 10,000 years. Very, very, very minimal, and that's because of like Armenians being controlled by the Assyrians, and then the Armenians controlling the Sumerians or Assyrians, and the Hittite Empire, and then like the wars with the Israelites and the Hittites and all this other shit that happened. It's like minimal admixture. But then you look at a country like Georgia, right? Georgia has Abkhazian, Ossetian, Yamnaya too. They have Yamnaya DNA too, Caucasian steppe DNA. They have Armenian DNA. They have Proto-Persian DNA. Their Persian DNA is closer to the Azeri branch. They have Kurdish DNA intermixed. So their cultural identity comes later. Like the Georgian cultural identity and like group, their idea of what a Georgian is developed much, much, much later.
You know what would have solved that Palestine problem? They should have just gave Armenia to the Jews.
Hey man, we got Jews in Armenia.
But Armenia should have been Israel, New Israel.
Maybe. We're better fighters than the Palestinians, though.
Yeah, I fucked up.
That's true, though. It's true.
We have magic carpets. We have
Listen,
magic.
we don't blow up our kids. That's the difference.
That's the only way to beat
Jehovah's
Jehovah's
Jehovah's, you know, Armenians weren't this.
What was it about Armenia?
You know that? You're going in and out, Vlad.
Yeah, you went in and out.
Does it bother me?
This nigga what?
I'm not bothered by anything. It's still what?
Who are you talking to? Until what's going on right
Let
now?
him let it out. Let it out. It tells you it's okay. We're here for you, brother.
Yeah.
Redrum, you were saying something. You went in and out.
Like magic carpets, man. Like I don't want the edges of those carpets to get frayed when they're fighting with those fucking
That's a fact.
F-16s.
That's a fact.
With the genie, we manufacture about 100.
The Persian DNA is closer to the Azeri brand. So their cultural identity comes later. And the Georgian cultural identity, like group. The Persian DNA is closer to the Azeri brand. So their cultural identity comes later. And the Georgian cultural identity, like group.
I don't know, man. You read 2 Thessalonians. You ain't no shit when I talk to you. There is no plateau. You know how? Like, you know,
I didn't eat any garlic for dinner. Hello?
Your signature to run for the mayor.
Ik krijg je luchtig in dein Augen.
Oh, muzzle top.
Wayne Mahatat al-Hijaza, baby.
We'll do it, I guess. We are liberating.
The West. They don't actually reflect
With each other in maneuvering the hieroglyphic characters across the numbers.
Here's the easiest to begin with. Can you hear anyone listening to something else other than... Now, what did I...
Wow. What's that?
In the Lawnmower Man Nightmare, which is 2026, but that's okay, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to turn that frown upside down. This isn't the complaint station or complaint department.
So,
Breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds, 10 out of 11. This is the ASMR experience of your destiny. Help right now. We're going to overturn Chicago Mayor John Kitover, creating another meditation for peace and love. Jehovah. And I need you to go to ChicagoMayorVote.com to help John Kitover become the next mayor of Chicago. I'm doing a little meditation prayer. I hope you vote.com right now. This is a prayer and a meditation.
And something to generate a comment.
You give me Ali's my enemy.
Give in to me, like I'm into you. Do you want
Religiosity. It's got to be contracts.
Evening. Tonight, neighbors in Riverdale are talking.
like and subscribe?
They fight back, that's of course. And these guys are separatists. They want Aaron LaHood from Congress. Go to johnforcongress.com. This is my Japanese drum meditation. Friends, Well, the weather here at L.com, or go to John Kitover, Chicago.com, or Chicago to Chicago, go to John Kitover. I want you to subscribe to this .com, right? Go to John Kitover, or Chicago mayor vote. Let me just finish. The mothership. It's a little wheel dreamlike experience.
From today to things that happened a long time ago. But I think that, if people are going to be like, well, you've only been here for like 3 generations, you need to go back to where you came from. It's like, fine, okay. In that case, let's be transactional about it. Let's weigh up all the contributions that we've put into this place, all the work we've done.
You tell men that you want to be transactional. You tell men that you want to be transactional. That's disgusting.
We were here first from ages and ages ago. I don't think anyone should be doing that. I think people do need to recognise that actually, yes, people have moved around. There were indigenous populations. Horrible things did happen to those populations in the name of supposed progress to the state where we are now, where most of us are flourishing, and that shouldn't be forgotten. But I think there is way too much of a focus on who came from where from like 2,000 years ago, rather than focusing on the state of play now, the laws that we abide by now. So I think, with the Palestinians.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how that works, man, honestly.
You know what I'm saying? They won't tell you that stuff. You gotta talk through the hospital. You have to have someone on the inside that knows where they got it from.
Is there a good stats like 2,000 years ago called the or admixture? Yeah, I'm Armenian than you. I honestly don't know either. And I'm in the nursing field, so I'm not a doctor.
Trust Eli Lilly. That's all I don't trust that.
We trust a lot of things in life that I guess we know. We trust a pilot to get us safe to the next place. Things like that. So,
I don't trust the pilot. I trust that you are in the military. You know that those planes fly themselves. Don't act like they don't.
Yeah, kind of. Well, civilian planes, I don't know much about that equipment, but
planes fly themselves.
Pretty much. Yeah, you can almost say that. Depending on what airplane it is, yeah. Some of the older ones probably still need help, but I don't know. I'm not a pilot.
Yeah, landing maybe, but
I'm not a pilot, so I'm not even going to begin to guess how that shit works, to be honest with you. I have a friend of mine who's a pilot. Every time I ask him about flying, he goes, geeky on me, he says, I'm like, all right, I don't care. You know what I mean?
You asked me why I was talking about this. It's because a bunch of fucking Christians are trying to stick their religion into my schools and laws. I want them to stop doing that because the Constitution says that you shouldn't do that. And you're asking me why the fuck I should not be talking to Christians who want to control the fucking country when they can't even demonstrate that the God that they believe in even is possible, much less exists. My problem is with the Christians changing my laws, schools, and governments like I've said 5 fucking times now, dumbass. Yeah, just understand the first time I say a thing. And then I don't have to repeat myself over and over because don't call me brother. My brother murdered me. Brother. Calling you brother will never help me. Yes, my brother murdered me.
Yeah, but you're talking.
Yes, no, brothers murdered me.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? The first No, you're not. You still breathing on that thing, right? You are, brother. You see how you say, it's not just the footage, but the views and the Christian gets lost on the nonsense or from the people that have. The second position is the activism of the topic. So that is that has and the third one that you want to focus on is the first 6 to 7 years of the conflict using the Facebook so what the law is doing is he's making a very clear mistake that he's saying that I don't know. The worst thing that I know is I'm going to use my phone.
So guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 home now.
Switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
What they're trying to say is you can switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
Why can't we just say cheese?
Okay, cheese.
Plus, save up to 20% versus the other big guys by getting built-in benefits they leave out.
Switching and saving and switching and saving.
Dear Savvy, who says you can't have it all? You've got the tech, you've got the drive, and now you've got Toyota values.
Demonstrate that. I think you're like, I believe with all. Hi, noise. That noise must have. Oh, it's cold. I gotta go. Oh, I mean, I think that's one with. Nice dinner, Katie.
Oh, do you guys know where misinformation is yet? Or like, are you still.
No, I've never. Every country that has access to nuclear weapons has signed nuclear treaties. Why is Israel immune to signing this treaty? Don't, if you want to speak, but don't on mic. I can't hear Tracy what you do, but it's terrible, bro. Will not help me out. Who is this call? Nobody can hear Tracy. What is speaking? It's terrible. Thank you. All I'm saying is they've been saying death to Israel for a long time. They're surrounded for. You have 7 million Jews in the state of Israel, defeated 400 million Arabs. You want to know why? Because the Arab army is number 1, they're inbred. Number 2, terrorism. Number 3, they don't have 100% inbred. 50% of Palestinians are married to their first cousins. They're inbred. That's why they can't shoot straight and win any wars. And you can go
it
sounds to me like you are highly like you apply stereotypes like really. No, I'm like, telling you the truth. It sounds to me like you apply stereotypes really heavily. Stereotypes that couldn't possibly be like real.
Saxon. Ragnar. Ragnar Lothbrok. Do you know there's this comedy show of these Vikings, and they're like talking in English, and they're like, how did you know who was he on our side? You know, it's very funny. They have these like hilarious conversations, prosthetics, like crazy kings, like very funny show. It's like a Viking comedy show. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's an English produced comedy show, I'm pretty sure. It's very funny. So I'm creating ASMR videos for YouTube.
Bloody hell. I can't cope with that ringing in my ears this morning.
Imagine being on YouTube, you swipe up, and all of a sudden that bell just pierces your ear.
Oh, God, I've just woke up so early.
I got to go to bed soon because I got to get up early. I'm going downtown to go to St. Patty's Day to see the river dyed green.
So, how long have you been live?
4 hours.
Has no one come in to join you?
Turn that into money, right? The time
no, not many. I've been playing music all day and listening to Tony Robbins and Alan Watts. I really don't even want to talk to people on this app. I mean, I don't mind talking to you right now, but honestly, like, it's such a waste of time to talk to people on here.
You know, I did deactivate my account for a couple of days, and then I thought some people were messaging me telling me to come back. But you know what? I just don't find it entertaining. There's no constructive conversations. It's just all bloody arguing and whose dick's bigger than the other. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I have, the thing is, I don't want to listen to any more of it than I have to, even if it's funny, because I have heard some funny stuff, but at the same time, I'm just like, I'd rather record it and like do things, but to just sit there and listen to it or try to talk to these people, it's just so stupid. It's such a waste of time.
Yeah.
Like, I can't, like, Barth is neurotic. I think if you're on here and you're managing a room all day long while you're working and talking to people about Christianity or Islam, like, that's like insanely neurotic in my opinion. It works for him because he thinks it's funny, but I don't know, if you're not like creating content or something like to me, that's like the definition of insanity, because you just keep doing the same thing every day. But, you know, the recording industry and making records and filming all these crazy rooms, like, it's a thing, you know, it's constant content. And X Spaces is very, you know, it's just not the same thing. This app has like very special retards.
Well, I blocked both.
Well, I've been blocked from just about every room across multiple accounts, and I just keep creating new accounts, and I do the 30-day trial for the plus, and then I just record all these rooms that they want to kick me out of. You know, I just keep getting new accounts, and they're here more than I can even find the time to try to record them. So, I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I was thinking about setting up a room or a house about politics.
Do it. Politics is every topic under the sun. I don't know one thing that's not political.
Yeah, I mean, I want people to know what's going on in the UK. There's a lot of Americans on here, so.
Yeah, there's UK spaces. There's people, Americans even living in the UK, that are reporting on, you know, what's happening over there. But, you know, maybe things will change when the king passes on. Because...
Yeah, well, I just watched a really disturbing video on Facebook of the Muslims and how they slaughter their animals. Oh my God, it was so distressing to watch the way they kill the animals, man. Like, yeah, it was. I felt heartbroken. It's made me not want to eat meat again.
Yeah, that's the hard part about watching livestock get slaughtered, you know, industrial style. It's intense.
Yeah, we've got a new MP that's running for office. We don't have a general election till 2029, but this Rupert Lowe is a party for reform, Restore Britain, and is saying that he's going to ban the burqa, he's going to ban the halal meat and how they slaughter their animals. He's going to basically stop social housing, stop benefits for Somalians and other people that come into the country. There's just loads of stuff. He said mass deportation, anyone that's illegally to be deported.
Well, where there is a will, there is a way.
Well, I mean, he's got the backing of most Britons agree. I think most Britons are just had enough. Even those people that come in illegal, he's saying you have to speak English fully, integrate and work. If you don't do none of these criteria, then you're going back home.
Yeah, well.
And then I seen another post, right? A Muslim, I think he was a Muslim scholar, saying that if anyone should be speaking illy of Islam and Muhammad, he'll cut their tongue out. Then another one saying they should not be allowed to post things about pork on social media because it's affecting the Muslims. I'm like, what, dude? If you really, really like that, like just go home where you come from. What's wrong with you? You can't try and change us and our culture and our way of life. Man, I think that's what Muslims are missing, John. They need a good fucking bacon sandwich.
I don't know, it's all political and psychological. But it's also economics, and like, it's so political though. They're just like constantly resisting. But, you know.
But anyway, I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think the aim is for Donald Trump and this Iran shit? Like,
I don't know.
Do you think this is going to push us to World War III, or?
No, I think he just wants to bloody them and bash them, and, you know, beat them up as badly as possible, and see what happens. I mean, that's what he's doing.
He did a speech on Facebook to the Prime Minister of the UK saying the UK's got a big problem with immigration and And Muslims, like, you need to basically fix up and sort it out.
Hmm.
He said Sadiq Khan, which is the mayor of London, is a complete and utter fucking failure to London. Yeah, well, most of us agree. Sadiq Khan's a bit of an idiot and is a member of Muslim Brotherhood. I don't know how they let someone like that even be a mayor, to be fair. Yeah, and he's a complete...
Well, you know, that's what I say. Maybe a lot of this will change when the king passes on, because the king isn't interested in reforming anything.
Oh, no, he's absolutely useless, man. I mean, I know he's been battling with cancer, but people are just sat there at this point, just like, just hurry up and go. Just hurry up and die. And I know that sounds really bad, but...
Oh, yeah. I mean, he'll be around for a while. His hands do not look good. They're always so swollen.
Mm-hmm.
But I told this English girl, I was like, you know, the royal family are just LARPers. She's like, what does that mean? I was like, live action role players, you know? They're just like you and me, but they just dress up and pretend like they're the king and queen because of, you know, hierarchy and precedent. And she got so angry at me. She's like, I love the queen. How could you say that? I love the queen. God bless the queen. God save the queen.
Well, you know, the Queen, you know, she was very patriotic, Church of England, same as the King, he's head of Church of England, and she was very patriotic, and what's going on right now, I don't think she'll stand for it, but the King, he's letting too much stuff happen and too much being done, and he's not really intervening much, but, you know, I look at it like this, I don't think he's got long left, and with any luck, it won't be too much longer. But at this point, I think people are sitting there saying, well, you know, the monarchy are a financial drain on taxpayers. You know, they don't really do anything. They don't really intervene in Parliament and stuff like that. Like, they should be They should be bothered about the people. And I don't get the impression that they are bothered about the people.
Well, it's possible when King Charles dies that they dissolve the monarchy.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I would sit there and say I was listening to, when I was on TikTok, I was listening to an ex-imam of Islam, and he was an imam in the mosque, and he did a lot of studies, and he was a Muslim for 20 years, but he left Islam. And he was saying there was a 5-stage plan that the Muslim Brotherhood have in preparation for the UK, and one of those plans was to overthrow the monarchy and create an Islamic Britain. And he said, if you start seeing these signs leading up to that, he said, I'm telling you, you need to leave the UK.
Well, it's all still, see, the problem that the UK has is that they created the royal families, you know, the Middle East. And so there's so many royal families out there that, and because we live in this multicultural world, you know, this is what has happened, because it's really basically monarchical wokeism, you know? It's really, have you ever been to Thailand?
No, I haven't, no.
Well, they have a monarchy there as well. His name was King Bhumibol, and he helped the West, you know, fight the Viet Cong in Vietnam and Laos, and so he's like a friend to the West, you know. And all I'm trying to say is that because of the monarchical system, and because of the monarchical system already exists in Islamic countries, that's what you have to look at it as, is, you know, it's already out there. It's fully integrated. You're just being overwhelmed because there's so many of them and they want to get the fuck out of their country.
Yeah, but I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but if you're coming from another country, I mean, respectfully, if you're coming from another country, whether it's, you know, a third world country, or you're coming to a Western country and you want to make a better life and just live in peace and, you know, just have a better quality of life in general, surely you wouldn't come here and then try and, you know, implement your culture and your religion and your way of life into a Western country.
Yeah, but
surely that
they will
allowed,
do it.
you know?
Yeah, but you can't stop it. People will do the practices that they want to do and just do parallel society. So there's nothing you can do to stop it. I mean, this is why protecting your borders and your religion, your culture, is so important, you know, because then you have outside communication coming in and dissolving the legacy communication. It's just, you know, it's part of transformation.
I think there's been a prominent, more noticeable issue since 9/11. What we've noticed, I just think, like you say, we shouldn't have open borders. People should not be allowed to just come here. You know, we've been saying this. They should have the army on the borders where they come in and just turn them back.
That's what the military is supposed to do, but this is what happens when you have dumbasses in charge of your government. You know, you have inaction.
Yeah. But it's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically the police at the end of the day. That's what law enforcement and the military are one and the same thing, you know?
I mean, I think in some ways diversity is great, but when that diversity is causing harm to the indigenous, I think that is a problem. And then when you've got a government that is all for the minority and not the majority, that's when you know something's not right.
Yeah, something's not right. It never should have happened. But what do you do when people are firmly implanted? That's like trying to uproot the world's most complicated cockroach nest. So good luck. You can't exterminate it. You can only try to live with it.
Well, I was watching a news feed on Facebook, and they were saying that statistically, most people that take up a lot of social housing and benefits are Somalians.
You think?
In the UK. Yeah, that's what they're saying. 75% comes from Somalians in social housing. 86% of people on disability welfare is the South Asian community. They're blaming that for first cousin marriage, by the way, because they have children with birth defects. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, what are you going to do about it? I mean, is Clubhouse just a complaint department for you trying to file a complaint?
Yeah, I think it's a complaint. I mean, I have emailed my local MP.
Well, why don't you just run for MP instead of emailing somebody? Because that's what real doers do. That's what real doers do. People who complain, they just send an email, say, well, I've already written a letter. They haven't responded. Maybe I should consider running for politics, eh? Because I don't think there's any other way to fix it other than to come to Clubhouse to complain.
I've got no chance of running for MP.
You got no chance, but you got no chance if you come here and fucking complain. It's the same fucking thing. It's taking a box full of nothing complaints and putting another nothing complaint in the box of nothing complaints.
What do you do?
I run for politics. What the fuck do you think I do? I'm running all the time. Never stopped running.
Okay.
We're always running for office over here.
Do you have votes, John?
Hello?
Do you have votes?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
What did you say?
I said, do you get votes?
Do I get votes?
Yes.
You have to get on a ballot, or you have to have write-in votes.
Do people email you complaining about the state you live in?
Yeah, I get letters, I get emails, I get messages. I'm a public political person trying to communicate with voters and constituents. So yes.
Okay. What do they complain about?
all the abortions, the 65 million dead children since 1978.
And what's your take on the abortions?
Oh, it should be outlawed. Anybody who practices it should be arrested immediately.
Yeah, I agree. I know I'm a Christian, but I mean, even if I was an atheist, I think women should take more responsibility in contraception.
We have a population crisis. We want to grow our population. We want babies. And our country would be 450 million people if it wasn't for the medical industrial complex and the government paying for these abortions. In fact, the government should never have paid for them. They should have just given liberty checks and baby checks to all the people that had babies. That's the way you grow. You don't cull your people. You don't murder your own people. That's called genocide.
No, I agree. I mean, to be honest, not due to no fault of my own, but I've been pregnant 13 times and lost all 13 miscarriages.
Oh my God.
And they're not just normal natural miscarriages. There was, you go for your viability scan and I go there and they say the baby's got no heartbeat. I'll go there. Even some cases where they've got an heartbeat at 7 weeks, gone back at the 12-week scan, no heartbeat. So I've had a lot of miscarriages and I've had to have a lot of surgery, to remove.
So sorry to hear that.
Fetus. But I think I always wanted a big family, but unfortunately, some it's just not happened for. And I'm 42 now, so. But I have birthed one son. He's 18. I would have liked to have had more. I would love to have had at least 6 kids. But it just hasn't happened, man. It hasn't happened. I believe in that. I believe in growing, reproduction, growing.
Okay, so annually, each man produces 100 billion sperm annually. So I've had approximately 35 billion miscarriages.
Wow.
35 billion miscarriages. Can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? 35 billion miscarriages. Wow.
Also, just to note that in the UK, I don't know if you know much about the UK, but the cost of living and just the cost of living makes it harder for people to want to have kids because they physically and financially cannot support them. That's a government problem because they're making life so hard for people to live and to have more kids because they cannot afford it.
Yeah, do you want to go move to Tibet and live like a Buddhist? You can opt out of the system if you want. You just got to become a hippie that likes to live in a mud hut. You could do it.
I like my life. I have a good home.
You could do it. Well, every man.
I have more children, but.
Do you know every man on this app every second creates 1,500 sperm a second?
I wouldn't say it's all useful, though, would you?
1,500 sperm a second. So every word is about 1,500 sperm created in that guy's thighs in between his legs. 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, 50. That means that person could literally, create 1,500 of himself every second if it was possible.
How many kids do you have, John? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, every single second I have 1,500 more, 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, 1,500. Like I said, I've had 35 billion miscarriages. I just told you I've had 35 billion miscarriages, and every second I have 1,500 more.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
pretty.
You personally.
I don't have any kids. I'm 43. I have no kids.
You have a wife, though, right?
No, I don't have a wife. No.
Oh.
Would I be on here talking to you at 3 a.m. if I had a wife in the other room sleeping? Hell no. I'd be curled up in the fetal position next to that big fat ass.
Well, I don't put money in when my husband's around.
Well, I think I'm going to take a shower before I go to bed. Maybe not. Maybe I'll shower in the morning. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Have you ever heard a Japanese wooden drum?
No.
Sounds like this.
Do some poetry reading, John.
It's a
Did you hear
breathing.
what I said?
Oh, did you hear what I said?
I said do some poetry reading. Do some reading.
What do you think? I'm like some kind of machine over here? You just like an AI robot? You say, Meta, please read me some poetry. I'm a real man. I don't work for Meta and Zuckerberg.
What you go in every room.
Jeez Louise.
Seconds. What's wrong with you, dude?
Jeez Louise. I'm not Meta.
Bring some inspiration.
Hey Alexa, can you read me some poetry for this old hag in Britain? Yes, John, I will read you poetry, but why would you call her an old hag? She sounds like a lovely person. Shut up, Alexa. Just read this old bitch some poetry. Yes, John.
Comes to your room, John. 5K.
Listen, I don't come to Clubhouse to like, you know.
You should be educating people and being inspiration.
I am. I do. You know, this is why I think you confuse what Clubhouse is. It's not a complaint department. It's not like Saks Fifth Avenue or Bloomingdale's complaint department or Target Return. Hey, Hamza. So
what do you think Clubhouse is for then?
Reading books.
Okay, so read some books.
Like I just told you, I'm not Alexa. Hold on, let me ask Alexa for you. Hey Alexa, can you read Saxon some poetry? Yes, John, I will read Saxon some poetry. Okay, Alexa, Saxon, what poetry do you want Alexa to read for you? Hello?
Anything.
Alexa, just read any old poetry. Any old poetry? Yes, any old poetry. Yes, John, I will read any old poetry to you. Okay, here you go.
Our life, and gradually that wanes, doesn't it? Because after a while,
the sea darkens. The voices of the wild ducks are faintly voiced.
She left.
In the dark forest, a berry drops. The sound of the water. Those were two complete poems from a kind of Japanese poetry known as haiku. To my mind, this is beyond all doubt at once the simplest and the most sophisticated form of literature in the world. For the invariable mark of very great artistry is its artlessness. It looks easy. It looks almost as if it were a work not of art, but of nature. When you're used to Western poetry, the haiku comes as something of a shock.
This pizza would probably give an Italian a...
Or ChicagoMayorElection.com. After this mom realized that her son's soda can in his... After this mom...
From a kind of Japanese poetry known as haiku. To my mind, This is beyond all doubt at once the simplest. From a kind of Japanese poetry known as haiku. To my mind, this is beyond all doubt at once the simplest. From a kind of Japanese poetry known as haiku.
The Jews have crowned the Messiah, and so they arrested him and they gave him 2 weeks to convert to Islam, and so he converted. So there was like a big disappointment in the Jewish world back then. Like there were some rabbis from Gaza that were supporting him, and also Europe. Something like they say 70% of Jews around the world basically were in favor of the Messiah. But anyway, the point about this sect, okay, that we call the Don Mayor, that they say that this line.
Oh, damn! I like this guy.
Yeah,
you're talking about the Don May people.
Don May.
When you're playing lands, are you going to mention how they are possibly related to the Saudi Crown Royal Prince?
No, that's if you're talking about crypto Jews, that's different. So I was talking about different. I'm just specifically focusing on from this issue, they have the Rothschilds. Working with the Rothschilds, right? And I'm also coordinated with these Don Mayor to basically subvert the Ottoman Empire because they have plans to take over Palestine, which the Ottomans and Egypt, which the Ottomans controlled. So they started working from within Turkey to subvert Turkey and weaken Turkey. So from this comes, obviously they had the First World War.
Jersey was a bunch of Jews studying Torah all day. They don't have to work.
They get paid for studying
content. Meanwhile, you spam the OIQ content and don't even get compensated for it. So you're actually dumber than a reader who gets paid to read a book all day. Explain that to me. Hello?
And they basically after they called the Young Turks.
I think you had even higher ranking people who were there, right? Like really higher ranking people.
Yes, and then from this comes Erdogan. They're saying he comes from the Don Mayor. I don't know, but that's what I've heard researchers say.
So I will not say too much on the tab about my present.
Yeah. So the point here is that we see this all over the world, right? Anywhere the British or Anglo-Americans have been, they've been subverted. This is one method that from within they can weaken the country or take over. Yeah, so that's very interesting.
If you cannot take over a country by war, you have to demolish it by itself, right? And that is exactly what they do and did in the Middle East in the last 100 years.
Oh my God, he works 6 hours a day because he's out here 18 hours a day. He's out here 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. And he's got dandruff. Like dandruff.
Converted to Islam, and then because for example, if you go on Google and just like Gaddafi was a Jew, you see an article saying Gaddafi about the Saudi Arabia, the millions of the monarchies, that they were like they're Zionists.
Yeah, you can't even have Free Palestine memorabilia in Saudi.
That shit is crazy.
So what's that history? Do you know this crypto Jews in Muslim Islam? Like, do you know much about it?
So I was under the impression they were of the Don May, and when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, they just married into an Arab family. But you're saying that this was an Arab Jewish tribe that did that. So this is news to me. I was under the impression that they were descendants of the Don May people.
Oh, interesting. I've never heard the non-Mech of that Jewish lineage. That's where it's always stopped there. And then when it comes to Iran, for example, very interesting that the Shah, the Shah's family, they're not actually Iranian. They're actually like things like they're Afghanis. Very strange.
Yeah, and I mean, and apparently they are a descendant of Ali. I mean, and you know, the prophet's grandson is what they claim that the Shah is a direct descendant as well, which, you know, according to Islamic, I guess, Nabi lineage, that would mean that he is also related to Jesus and, you know, Suleiman and so on and so forth.
Well, it's all still, see, I gotta go to bed soon because I gotta get up early. I'm going downtown to go.
Yeah, interesting. I think it has something to do with the Umayyads versus the Abbasids. So Abbasids were in Baghdad, Umayyads were in Damascus. So there was like two caliphates, and there was a rivalry. So I think Afghanistan is more scholars closer to the Abbasids.
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to be
Oh, that's funny to you?
No, he's just stupid.
Please don't scroll.
Yeah, so I think they added in order to bring Iran into Islam. I think those Afghani scholars had an influence, something like that.
This has brought the Afghans and the Persians into Islam, is what you're saying. And then the Umayyads, didn't their descendants go on to find Al-Andalus? Or was Al-Andalus already established and then they gained control of it? Yeah, you know, it's funny you bring this up because I'm actually in the middle of trying to brush up on more Islamic history. This is a conversation I am enjoying.
Yeah. Does anyone know about, like me as well, I'm trying to connect the dots. I've read up about India. I just saw an article from like a trusted YouTube channel called Neutrality Studies. It's a YouTube channel I follow. It's basically like independent journalists and scholars. Anyway, they say like some wars broken out in India. This is just today or last night. Okay, so what is India's problem or influence in this whole thing? Because for me, like, is it the fact that India betrayed? And because like, I don't know if it's for the first time, it was so weird, the whole ceremony. We just did it connected or just a commemoration or something. Yeah, and then there's like a ceremony where they set did like a fire of flowers, and they were just standing and like, you know, giving honor or something. He was like bowing to the flowers, and they were laughing at him. So it was just like a whole mockery thing. Like, what's the connection between India, Iran, and the Zionists? This is so weird. This India is so weird.
Yeah, the way India like literally worships Israel. Why? They're like the polar opposites of each other. Idol worshipping polytheists versus, I mean, that are trying to get in bed with these people that are so monotheistic in nature that when Jesus, according to the Christian Bible, you know, came with his teachings, they were like, no, get him out of here. And now here these two groups are like
They both have the same enemy, right?
Oh, because they both have the same. But despite them historically being each other's bigger enemy, the polytheist versus the monotheist.
It would make sense if they would be on the same side against the enemy.
I suppose, but like, I don't know. I mean, yeah, but as you can see with this world, with this dunya, you know, alliances are very funny things.
Yeah. I think the countries that will be most involved in this whole thing is Turkey, you know, and Iran, because Turkey is like, you know, stronger. Syria is in disarray, basically controlled by the West now with ISIS. So
yeah,
well, Turkey is the key in the Middle East. Turkey is the key. If there's gonna be new sketches on the map, then Turkey will do it.
I mean, they actually have a military.
They will not allow the otherwise, because it is the most.
But I'm sorry, but what Arab country currently right now has a military that is worth, you know, a shit?
Turkey have nuclear weapons.
Pakistan does.
It doesn't matter if they have nuclear weapons.
Turkey has nuclear weapons, but they are not. They do not belong to Turkey.
Yes,
they are
either way.
They are a host nation for another country.
Even those are not counted in. Even those are not counted in. That the most importance of the strategical, let's say, you know, benefit, it will not go beyond. Like it is the same when the officials in Israel said that Turkey is the main target, right? Nobody could ever say anything about it.
Out of the way. Then they can focus on Turkey and Pakistan. But
it will not bring anything.
But until then, and you know, it also does not look like that is happening, because if you look at any non-American or non-European news source right now, you will see that Iran is very clearly winning.
To be honest, I cannot. If my news are reliable, but generally I see. I don't see a weak Iran.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, that's because it is not even possible to see weak Iran, because there's a history behind it too. Those people have military knowledge and history.
Yeah, if America is using these new weapons like EMP, you know, with this one using Venezuela where the army was like, they know about this new weapons. They're gonna experiment.
Experiment, but having those conflicts in the Middle East doesn't benefit those regions, right? So after limits, I'm sure that China and Russia will intervene, because they cannot have those instabilities in that region. It is not benefiting them at all.
I don't know if people are running away or
and America's already the enemy, like, let's say,
2,500 Marines on the ground, they say. That's the latest update. It's updated to 5,000 now. Either way, there are still
Marines. They're 2 weeks away. If anything, the key indicator they're going to put troops in the countries when you see the 82nd Airborne and Air Cav being deployed. They're more of a rapid deployment, 18 hours. The Marines are 2 weeks. You know, amphibious units can take 2 weeks to get there. They're not really, you know. I would worry more about 82nd Airborne. If that
they already issued a warning to anybody who think it might be a great idea to come into Iran vertically. They said that is, you may come in vertically, they said, but you will not leave that way.
Can there be a peace treaty?
Well, I think Iran gave three requirements for there to be a peace treaty, right? He did that yesterday, the president of Iran.
Yeah. What is it like?
I know one is reparations. The other one is autonomy, like recognition, of them, of their regime. And one I think was, I guess,
Fleeing Palestine.
No. Basically, it says basically assurance of no future attacks or engagements, against them.
So many Muslim, countries all around in the same place couldn't be able. They were not able to get their heads together to create a strong, let's say, Muslim nation, world. And they always allow to happen this, bro. Like, this is crazy.
Why is it that modern day Arab military of any Arab country, why is it like literally a joke? Like this, like a bunch of fat guys that were educated in England or whatever fucking military school, and here they are in a fucking sash. That's it.
If I start to talk about, the Arabs backstabbed us like 3 times in history, I can't. I want to say a lot of things, but I cannot.
Man, I mean, I too, I can agree with you to a certain extent. I particularly do not like what's going on in Philistine because I don't particularly like being sympathetic. You're forcing me to be sympathetic towards a group of people that does not have my particular best interests at heart most times and stuff. So, it is what it is. This is, like I said, back to alliances. Comical sometimes. Huh?
Welfare fraud. Israel-Iran conflict. Did you talk from MySpace?
Alliances are like kind of shit.
To communicate. We
But like politics is like, being double-faced, right? Like, this shit's crazy. It's like we are fighting against the PKK, the terrorist group, and at the same time buying oil from the PKK. What the fuck?
Maybe we should send all the politicians to fight each other, do the war themselves.
That's what I've been thinking, man. Like on Game of Thrones, how they just do like, hey, you want to do this quick one-on-one and just settle everything?
And young people dying on that shit.
Right? Centuries ago, where like the kings would mount their horses and the cavalry, and they'll go into battle. And if you look at the history, you find that king got killed in battle, he got slain in battle. This one. I mean, things were different back then. There was this bravery and chivalry, and like men were men. But now it's
a king could fight back then.
Yeah. This is like a political class. Like, even if the ones that can fight, like they've been in the military and stuff like that, why don't they go?
Man, they've even have steered away from that.
What are you talking about, dude? Haven't you seen how the military does battles? The generals in the back looking with the binoculars, commanding the artillery. I mean, what planet do you live on where the general or the king goes and kills themselves?
What was that?
I don't know.
What was that?
Americans used to go crazy for the former military guy that's running for office. Like, that used to be our fucking bag. Now it's like, we don't go anywhere near that.
Oh, shit. I've been excommunicated. Damn, kicked me.
I feel like it's okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but he's gonna drink. He's not gonna have breakfast.
You're not gonna have breakfast?
No, because he can't afford it. He doesn't have anything in his house. He has to wait until somebody actually sleep out there. No, they don't play like that.
This right?
Real see baton.
This right? You gotta be brown all of it.
He's lying. The fuck? You know who Coach Cowboy is? Well, stop playing, bro. It's real deal shit. It's no rap deal, no rap deal. Nah, take some of the warnings, bro. We don't want to hear that shit, bro. Take some of the warnings. Rap deal, no rap deal. Honestly, with all honesty, the shit gets really coming out. There we go. None of that time.
Hello? Hello? Happy St. Patty's Day, or does anyone have any wishes for a 3-leaf clover or a leprechaun? Get kicked real fast.
Yeah, so I'll actually bring up to him. I said, well, you think, morality is mind dependent? He's like, no, I don't. And I'm like, yeah, you do. It's dependent on the mind of God. If there's no mind of God, is it right or wrong? I was like, well, come on. No.
Welcome to the stage. Thanks for coming by.
Hello, do you listen to people read books in this room?
Gosh.
Donald,
No.
it's a question. Donald, can you answer the question? Do you let people read books in your presence?
Would you rather just have a conversation?
No, I'd like to read 60 seconds.
Have you noticed that I've been liking your streams?
You have?
I've liked every one of your streams for the last 2 weeks.
Nice.
I want to have a conversation with you, but I don't want to have a conversation with this character. Do you understand the difference?
Well, I don't know what to tell you, Mom. It's still your son, Donnie. I don't know what to tell you, Mom.
So the character is what I don't want to talk to. I don't want to talk to the character.
Hello?
I think you might be a reasonable human being if you'd actually just, talk to me instead of just spouting your nonsense.
Well, it's a you problem. I hate to break it to you. First of all,
is it a me problem?
First of all, you don't even give out a mod. You don't actually care about.
Sometimes I do, just so you know. If you want a mod, I'll give you a mod right now.
Yeah, mod me.
Just
mod me.
Don't end my room randomly. Please.
I can't end your room. It's not a public room. It's your house. Go ahead. Mod me.
If I make you a mod, you can end my room.
I might change your room title, but I'm not going to boom your room.
All right, just don't end it. Make my room. Okay. There you go.
Are you using Club Deck?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hello, there's a new person. Feel free to come on stage. I'd love to have a conversation. Hello. Hi. Thank you for coming on stage. Well, gotta give my glasses now, so I can read your name. Don the Baptist, really?
Yeah. Who warned you?
Nobody.
Andrew, I'm farther mental. Jesus was a man.
Guessing you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in eternal power that is a spirit that we can't see.
Can you demonstrate spirit? So can you demonstrate spirit?
Yeah, so you got to know what spirit is to be able to
mental Jesus was a man.
All power, all authority, invisible, we can't see, it just is.
So do I have spirit?
mental.
Do I have all authority?
All authority?
Yeah, do I have all authority because I have the spirit?
No, but I was wondering.
No, so it's a useless definition.
No, it's not, because you're.
Well, I mean, except that it can mean the thing and its negation at the same time. That's very
well, you got to understand, like, you don't run the spirit. That's all.
Well, I mean, you haven't defined spirit. What is spirit?
All
strength.
Power.
Well, I mean,
Power.
do I have spirit?
You have a spirit.
Do I have all power? So spirit is a useless definition if you mean all power, because I have spirit and I don't have all power.
Donald shows a hit.
Because you don't know who the spirit is. Yeah, you have to know who the spirit is. You have a spirit, but you don't know who the spirit is.
Sorry, I muted somebody on accident.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to. I was trying to invite somebody in the screen. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you got a spirit, but you got the spirit. That's different.
Right, so what is the spirit?
The spirit is what the Lord gave to your family a long time.
Demonstrate okay, so what is the Lord?
What is the Lord?
Yeah.
The Lord is the spirit.
Okay, but you said that the Lord gave me the spirit, and now you're saying that the Lord is the spirit, so how can
well, I said the Lord gave you a spirit.
You aren't part of their mentals. Jesus was a man.
Yeah, that's what I told you.
Words.
Okay, well then you didn't answer the question I was asking, so that's a tracking error on your part.
Well, at the end of the day, it was your responsibility to give it to me.
No, I asked you the question. If you didn't answer the question I asked, that's a tracking error on your part, not me.
Well, the service like
I asked a question. If you didn't answer the question that I asked, that's a tracking error on your part.
Is a servant greater than the master?
I mean, it depends on how many guns they have.
I've never seen a servant that was greater than a master, but...
Did you ever see a servant who had a gun against their master's head?
No, because I wouldn't do that.
Okay, so if a servant had a gun against their master's head and pulled the trigger, who has the power?
Well, at the end of the day, the master always want to have power.
I mean, he pulled the trigger, which means the master is dead. So who has the power when the master is dead? No, I said pull the trigger. I said pull the trigger.
Yeah. You don't know what power is.
I do know what power is.
No, you don't.
Define power. Okay. I don't know what power is. Define power.
What power is something that always will exist?
Something is not the first word of any definition ever in the history of definitions. So, what is power?
Unfortunately, I was miseducated.
Unfortunately is never the first word of any definition ever in the history of definitions. What is power?
And unfortunately, right?
What is power?
Power is God.
Okay, demonstrate God.
Talk.
Wait, what?
Talk.
Talk is God. If you just say that talk is God, then parrots have God.
Well, word is word.
Sure, parrots have words, so parrots have God.
You say they didn't.
Sure, parrots have God.
Yeah, power. But you're not.
Parrots have power, yes. I would never ever touch a parrot because of its immense power to peck my fucking finger off.
Yeah.
So yes, parrots have power. That parrots can speak.
Well, lives have power.
Yes, God is a parrot. I agree. God is a parrot. We agree. Good job, buddy. You demonstrated that God is a parrot. I appreciate that.
You demonstrated that you just didn't listen to none of your ancestors. That's all.
I don't care about what my ancestors say. My ancestors are not all-knowing. Just so you know.
Well, the kingdom was handed to them, so they should have knew something.
Well, no, they didn't know everything. They didn't know about particle accelerators. My ancestors never knew about particle accelerators. I know about particle accelerators.
What's up?
Hello, how are you? Well, hang on, let the other guy talk. I've been going with you for a while. Let the other guy talk.
Hey, buddy, watch it.
Dude, do you want me to put you in the audience? He ran away.
Donald's about to become Muslim, sir.
Demonstrate that Aisha was more than 18 years old.
I already did. I don't want to talk about it ever again.
You haven't done that.
There's different opinions. That's all you need.
I will never, ever follow a pedo. Ever.
So Donald, I remember you saying that. I remember that's horseshit. I remember you saying that you, like, that's so unintelligent. Like, to say that. I remember you saying that.
To say what? What was unintelligent that I said?
Just like these half-baked, like.
No. What was the thing that I said that was unintelligent? What was the thing that I said that was unintelligent?
The whole world knows who are
okay.
the real
Can't say. Okay, let's just move on because you're just spouting nonsense.
You did say that like you experienced Nirvana at some point, correct?
I have experienced Nirvana. It's wet and tingly.
Yeah. So how do you write that off as an atheist? As
It
just
happened in my brain.
There were some chemicals and.
Yeah, it happened in my brain.
Like that's it.
Yeah,
you know there was like more than that going on.
It's not that's it. It happened in my brain. It did happen in my brain.
So why is the brain wired to have these experiences?
DMT is a hallucinogen that is endogenous.
How is that evolutionary?
Hello, I'm in the middle of a sentence. Wow.
How is that evolutionary?
I'm in the middle of a sentence. Okay, so you're way more important than me. What were you saying?
Like, what's the purpose of these experiences? Like, there's just like random happenstance?
Chemistry is not random, so no, not random.
So what is spiritual experience?
Spirit doesn't exist. Demonstrate spirit.
Whatever, with Nirvana, like that. What are these things?
Nirvana is a brain state.
Yeah. Like,
I've experienced that brain state.
What led you to that experience?
Controlled breathing.
Okay. What did you get from that experience?
Nothing.
Come on.
Don't tell me what I did not do.
You got nothing from it. There was nothing, no insight about reality or your consciousness or your life.
I learned 0 things that I didn't already know. The only thing the only information that was given to me was information I already had.
Like what?
Well, we talked about quantum physics.
Who's we?
Me and my hallucination.
Okay. And did you gain some insight?
No. I already knew everything it told me because it was a hallucination of a thing happening inside of my brain.
So there was no new information?
No new information. This is the 3rd time I'm telling you.
That wasn't Nirvana then. That was some just really.
Oh no, Nirvana is not the same. So Nirvana is different. So Nirvana is not the same as like a meditative state. Nirvana is not precisely a meditative state. It is like the result of breathing in a way that makes you hallucinate. I can teach you how to do it.
No, I know what you're talking about. That's not Nirvana. You're probably just misusing words.
Okay.
You're just probably in a really relaxed state.
Okay.
When you say hallucination.
Okay, what is Nirvana?
I think it should involve like some sort of.
What is Nirvana? What is Nirvana?
I don't know. It's not. What
You don't know, but guess what?
Sure.
I know. I know what Nirvana is. But you're gonna tell me I'm wrong.
It's not what you're limiting it to. That's all I can say about it.
Are you saying that I'm wrong about Nirvana?
I think you're misusing the word.
Have you ever experienced Nirvana?
Yes.
Okay, so describe Nirvana, please.
Well, that's like part of what's.
I mean, I can describe Nirvana. I've experienced Nirvana. I can describe it. Would you mind describing Nirvana? It was wet and tingly.
Wet and tingly?
Yes, it was wet and tingly. So can you describe Nirvana?
I don't know where I would begin.
You don't know, but I just described Nirvana as wet and tingly.
I think if you think you can like describe it in a sentence,
No, I've
then
experienced
never experienced it.
I have experienced Nirvana.
No, you're probably just really relaxed and like contemplating.
Yeah, that's how you achieve Nirvana.
That's a part of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Relaxation, deep breathing.
Yes, I achieved
meditation.
Nirvana.
Okay. I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I don't care about your opinion. Your opinion means nothing to Nirvana.
But it makes sense, like, because I always wondered, like...
Hang on, I was in the middle of a sentence there, buddy. Middle of a sentence. So your opinion makes nothing at all difference to my experience of Nirvana, or that I did experience Nirvana. Your lack of experience of Nirvana just shows your lack of, like, intestinal fortitude, just so you know. Because I have experienced Nirvana. I have intestinal fortitude. You have not experienced Nirvana. You do not have intestinal fortitude.
Intestinal fortitude?
That's like the prerequisite for Nirvana. Didn't you know?
What are you calling intestinal fortitude?
I mean, don't you know?
What? No. What is it?
I mean, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't you know what I'm talking about?
Anyone on stage know what fortitude is?
Yes.
Oh, not you. Anyone else on stage? I've never heard that expression. Like, I don't know what you're even talking about. Is that like a meditation technique or something? Or like, what are you saying?
I'm not recording. Alright, so what I'm going to do is just go ahead and end the room now. So, thank you for all coming by. I appreciate it deeply. Unless you want to talk, Mohammed or
I see that Mohammed wants to prove that there is God, and you, Donald, want to prove that there is Nirvana.
Can you speak louder? Is there any way for you to speak louder?
Donald, have you heard people's descriptions of Nirvana and like matched them?
No, I've experienced Nirvana. I don't have to worry about people's. Yes, I've heard people's description of Nirvana. And it matches what I experienced.
No, but have you come across people that say that it's indescribable and that words fall short? Nope. And it's ineffable, blah, blah, blah.
People who have actually experienced Nirvana know how to describe it. It was wet and tinkly.
Yeah, I don't think you experienced it, bro.
Alright. So have you experienced Nirvana?
Yes.
Okay.
Different
how would you describe Nirvana?
It's indescribable is like the only way.
Well, I disagree. I've experienced it. I can describe it. It was wet and tingling. So how would you describe Nirvana?
I don't know. Like,
you don't know, but I know.
A sense of wonder.
I know because I've experienced Nirvana. It was wet and tingly. So if you're telling me that you've never experienced Nirvana, and you're telling me that I'm wrong about my experience of Nirvana, even though I'm telling you that it was wet and tingly. That's what Nirvana feels like. It's wet and tingly.
Wet and tingly.
But you've never experienced Nirvana, but you're telling me that I'm wrong. You've never actually experienced Nirvana, but you're telling me that I'm wrong about the wet and tingliness of Nirvana.
Why are you saying I haven't?
Because you're telling me that I'm wrong.
What?
So have you experienced Nirvana?
Yes.
Okay, what does Nirvana feel like?
It's definitely not something I would call wet and tingly and then just leave it at that.
Okay, so how would you describe Nirvana?
this is like a similar way that all the mystics throughout history have.
I mean, how would you experienced it? How would you describe nirvana?
Is some sort of like connection with some higher intelligence.
Okay, you experienced a higher intelligence.
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate that nirvana was responsible for the higher intelligence connection?
The way I'm using the word, yeah, like.
Okay, how do you define nirvana?
Some kind of connection with, like, the universe, everything around you.
Some kind of connection with like the universe and everything like around you. So, given that definition, that's fine. That's fine. Given that definition, can you please tell me what nirvana felt like?
Well, the aspect I want to focus on.
I mean, did you experience nirvana, yes or no?
There was new information.
Did you experience nirvana, yes or no?
Yes, I've said that already.
Okay, can you please describe nirvana?
I did already.
You didn't. You said that there was a...
I told you it's not.
There was a feeling. So all I want you to do is tell me, what does nirvana feel like?
It feels like connecting to God, divinity.
How do I know what connecting to God feels like? I can tell you that my nirvana felt like a tingly, wet feeling, which has nothing to do with God. So can you demonstrate? Can you please wait, like, sir? Can you please show me what you mean by nirvana? What is nirvana to you?
It's connecting to God.
So you think that nirvana is connecting to God? Can you please, like, show me a source for that?
No, this is like subjective.
No, so you're just making shit up. Got it.
No, what I'm trying to tell you here is like...
Is that you're making shit up?
I don't think you experienced what people call nirvana.
Yeah,
I think maybe you had like a really relaxed state of mind and
no, you're making shit
contemplating
up.
Like stuff, but
you are making shit up.
And it makes sense that you would be able to dismiss that.
You
as, like,
are making shit up.
A useless experience or just a whatever.
You are making shit up.
Yeah, so what you need to take away from this is that you never experienced it.
You are making shit up.
And then that'll help the rest of your mental block.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, since you won't talk to me, is I'm just going to move to the fucking audience. I've been trying to talk to you for 15... And he ran away.
You know, Donald, I was at a street fest one time, and there was this guy on the park bench, and he had a T-shirt on that said Nirvana. And I started laughing, and I was like, because I've been doing mantras, you know, just repeating words. And then I realized that Nirvana is actually just a mantra word, and you just repeat it till you get to Nirvana, like Nirvana, 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 Nirvana. So it's like a beat. It's music, basically.
Sure.
I'm in Nirvana right now. I'm experiencing it with every bite of this chicken sandwich.
I have a bottle of Everclear that I'm enjoying. Is that the same thing?
Maybe.
I would like food.
It is St. Patty's Day, so.
Is it? Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Do you know the story of St. Patrick?
Yeah.
What is he known for?
I don't care.
He's known for casting out snakes in Ireland. He had some type of magic power. he was able to cast out all the snakes throughout all of Ireland.
I'm so hungry.
Just eat your fingers. Fingers taste great.
No, my fingers do not taste great. My fingers taste like if I ate them, I would lose ability. So I wouldn't do that.
Well, this is the Prove to Me God Exists show by Don and John DJ, the tag team, super team, trying to get at what people's points are behind all their words. And, you know, Donald has proven time and time again that despite everyone's attempts, no one has been able to definitively prove to Donald that God exists. But we're hoping there's going to be a contender to that.
I can demonstrate that God is impossible.
You can?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I mean, creation, because nothing's ever been created.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you know what a sperm is, but in between your legs, in your balls, in your testes, 1,500 sperm. 1,500 sperm are created at every single second, and annually.
I'd like you to know that's not creation. Just saying.
We're talking about genetic combination isn't creation.
Creation is defined as the bringing into the existence of the universe, generally by an act of God. So, is a sperm an act of God?
It just depends on how it tastes. You know, if you got to put cinnamon on it, or maybe cayenne peppers. Maybe a little, mukmi.
So, does a sperm bring into existence the universe?
Yes, because it took the whole universe to create a sperm to make a baby.
Which came first, the universe or sperm?
The universe.
Oh, gosh. Then sperm didn't bring the universe into existence. You just lied. We're wrong.
Why do you think they call it the Milky Way? Why do you think they call? Look at your PTR. You are a nebula, Milky Way. You're jizz. What do you think the universe is? It's a puddle of jizz. Look at it. Just look at it.
It's a mass of stars and black holes.
It's Anyways, I'm just trying to say that I hope you have a fun St. Patty's Day. This is the proof.
I didn't even know it was St. Patrick's Day. Thank you for telling me.
Yeah, you gotta get a green.
I have to wear green.
Yeah, you gotta put green on. Go out.
I have a watch. I have a green watch. I'm wearing my green watch right now. Oh, my cat's laying on my.
That's not good enough. You need a hat. You need a shirt, and you need a Guinness
I just
beer.
need to wear green.
You need a Guinness beer. That's what you need.
I'd rather like Everclear.
Well, then go out and get some orange juice and put some orange juice and make yourself a screwdriver.
No.
Lobotomize yourself with a screwdriver.
I like Everclear. I like Everclear all by itself. I have my green watch. Oh, it has. Okay, what time is it? It's 4:04. I just doxed myself. 4:04. That way. Yeah. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4:04. It's 4:05 now. It is 4:05 now. And click. I mean, if it was 30 seconds ago, that's why you have like a margin for error. And now I'm wearing my green watch, so I am complying with all leprechaun related events. I am wearing green. It's a green watch. The entire band is green. I'm wearing green. It's cutting off my circulation, but I'm wearing green. so I cannot get pinched. I am immune to pinch. No one pinch. I am immune because I'm wearing green. I have to loosen a little bit. Oh, it's cutting off my circulation. It's not even touching. It's not even actually touching. Oh, come on. Because I have. Okay, yeah, I'm still gonna wear it all day.
Okay, Donald, here.
As soon as this day ends.
Donald, this is my theory, is that people come to your room because they want to try to prove to you that they're a magician. But unfortunately, their magic power is very weak. Ooh, compared to Donald's magic power of negation.
Did you just fart?
Yeah, it just ripped a big one. Ooh!
Awesome.
So basically, what I think is that the Bible's a magic book and that people have been, LARPing as sorcerers forever. And so
magic doesn't actually exist.
Exactly, just like God. So what's happening is people are spamming other people with their magic hypnosis. And the word Jesus, again, is just like nirvana. It's a mantra. And so people want to basically say, look at my music and my beat. And then you're like, that sucks. And then they're like, no, it's the best. And you're like, no, it's not. It's not good. It's not real. And they're like, it's fucking real, bitch. That's basically how it goes.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can just refute them, which is easy. Dude, I did actually. You and I had a conversation very near the beginning of my sojourn in the clubhouse. And since then, we've had a very good relationship. Sometimes I've had to kick you, but generally, whenever I ask you to give me a minute, you give me that minute, and I appreciate that deeply.
So, Donald, what else are you wrong about?
I could be wrong about many things, but I'll never be wrong about everything. Like, I know.
I don't know that.
Yeah,
but if you're wrong about that,
I'm telling you right now. I know that in 1,000 years, the things that we understand about the fundamentals of the universe, those strong, weak, electromagnetic forces, those will not change. In 1,000 years, they'll be the same. We may understand them better, but what we understand now, I'm almost done, honest, I'm almost done. Just listen. The things that we understand now will be the same in 1,000 years.
What's your proof of that?
Sean Carroll, he's like a physicist.
Does he have a time machine?
I mean, yeah.
Demonstrable time machine?
Yeah, I mean, it's called telescope. You just look to the past, look to the future. It's called telescope.
But with these bangs and crunches and whatever the hell goes on, like, you don't think the laws of
none of those things have ever been demonstrated to exist, so I don't care about that.
In the Big Bang, you don't accept the Big Bang?
Well, the Big Bang is a fact, yes.
Okay, so that's like proof that things change.
Yes, things change.
That these laws are constant.
They're not. You should not assume they're constant. They're not constant.
You said in 1,000 years they'll be the same.
No, what we understand about the quantum, like the fundamental forces, will be the same.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because Sean Carroll told me.
So blind faith.
No. I can demonstrate that these things will be the same. So all you have to do is just predict the orbit of a planet, and I can demonstrate the uniformity of nature. And if you don't accept that, well, I'm just going to show you the periodic table of elements.
Well, that's how it is now, sure. But like,
no, I can demonstrate that they're the same in the past. I can demonstrate that just by looking at the past, and the nuclear physics are the same. So if I look at a star 13.5 billion years ago, it's going to be undergoing nuclear fusion in exactly the same way as our star is now. I can demonstrate that. So I can demonstrate that physics is the same now and in the past. I can also demonstrate that it's the same in the future because I can make predictions. And whenever I make predictions and they're confirmed, that's evidence that I am right about that thing.
No. No, thank you. No, thank you. What do you think of Satan?
All right, well, thank you very little, Muhammad. No thank you. I just want to say, if you don't understand quantum physics, perhaps you should try to read a book, Dr. Muhammad.
I do understand some quantum physics. Not all of it, but a bunch of it I understand.
So I want to say that a lot of gurus and bullshit charlatans are using quantum physics in their spam. And Deepak Chopra is one of them, or Maharishi is one of them. But again, they're just metaphysicians, which is nothing more than a magician.
For some reason, I can't invite Muhammad.
I got you.
Republican, can I make you a moderator if you promise not to randomly?
Bro, are you blind? Oh, you probably can't see it.
Donald, what is your understanding of the observer effect?
That all quantum fields are sufficient observers.
What?
All quantum fields are sufficient observers.
So quantum fields are conscious?
No. Consciousness is not required for the observer effect. Demonstrate that, please.
Oh, like what's the observer? It's like
quantum fields are a sufficient observer.
Quantum fields.
Observer does not mean consciousness. That's stupid.
Is this
you can't tell me that you think that consciousness means observer.
Muhammad, is this a how do I learn how to English type of room? Are you like basically trying to get word definitions out of people? Are we like your AI chatbot here to give you word definitions?
What?
Hannah, thank you for coming on stage.
No, I'm asking you what his understanding of things are.
Okay, Muhammad, you had your time. Now we have a woman on stage. Nobody cares about you anymore, Muhammad. Hannah, how are you?
I guess you're very intelligent, though.
I care about you, Muhammad. Don't worry.
Ooh.
I can tell this guy's super intellectual.
Is that a projection? Is that a projection? Are you super intellectual? Muhammad's a genius. Muhammad, I didn't know you're such a genius. Is your nickname Abdul? Because I heard Muhammad's got a couple nicknames like Abdul. It's like the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Abdul, Muhammad, Abdul.
I think you don't be an American and don't scream.
You know what's ridiculous about the times we live in?
What? What is so ridiculous about the times that we live in? What is so ridiculous? Everything is so ridiculous. Oh, it's ridiculous. Oh, reality is so ridiculous.
Muhammad.
Way to go, Republican. He did not like what you
have to say.
Huh?
Just your account.
Ooh, we got some Islamic sexual shit going on here. This is hot. This is spicy.
Yeah, I've talked to him a couple times. He's a nice
Republican,
guy.
you're not a Christian, right?
Are you Shia, honey? Hannah?
I was born Jewish.
Oh my God. And it's Shabbos and you're on the cell phone and your mother's Jewish? Why aren't you observing the Torah?
My cousins don't want to.
Why not? The Torah is so beautiful. Shabbos is so beautiful.
I've already done it. Before.
What do you believe now?
Atheism, agnosticism, and a little bit of a skepticism mixed with like a leaning toward Quranic sounds and Christian texts.
Oh, you should have come in here about 10 minutes ago. I ripped a huge fart. Donald, did it sound like the Quran called a prayer to you?
It did. Yes, that is true.
I wouldn't say that's hate speech. I would just say that.
Like a 9-year-old having sex with an adult.
Ooh, pedophile called. Muhammad, I don't know if you know what a fart is, but a fart is just air passing over a turd. Many people think, if I were to ask you right now, if you were to fart, Muhammad Abdul, would you shit your pants? Because a fart is just air passing over a turd.
It's a miss turd, really.
So are you just like...
Are you guys just trolling?
Are we just trolling? Are you kidding me? Donald's got a bottle of fucking Everclear over there, dude. And you think this is a serious room?
Drinking Everclear. I've had a single drink all night.
Well, that's great. Nara, welcome to the room. This is Prove to Me God Exists show by Don and John. Is there a God or is there no God? Hello?
There are no gods. Gods are impossible. If you can demonstrate a God, I'll give you $1,000.
You guys are so stupid.
I'll give you $1,000.
Yep, I'll put $1,000 up too. Muhammad Abdul, go ahead. You got 60 seconds. Prove to us that Allah is God and Muhammad is his divine, most glorious prophet. Hello? Because I think Donald John Trump, our president's actually the greatest prophet of Islam because he killed Ayatollah, he killed General Soleiman. I honestly think that Donald John Trump is the greatest president.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
So there's a whole lot of new people on stage.
This guy worships Trump.
Yeah, he's greater than Muhammad.
So there's a whole lot of
He's
new
the last prophet of Islam.
What? Hello. Yes.
Hello, Lush. Hello, Top. If you want to, CM, welcome to the room. We got a mathematician here. Maybe he can explain some quantum physics to us.
Megas, what do you feel about your Messiah crucifying himself right now?
Hello? CM, do you want to come up?
In that God.
He can do it over and over again, Muhammad.
If you will allow me the mic, please allow me the mic.
Sure. Because are you sad? Are you sad about your Messiah like crucified?
Okay, Muhammad Abdul, if you interrupt Nara, you're going in the goo.
Yes, let the Messiah shoot himself in the foot with his own mouth. Let it happen. Listen to the Messiah. You're not listening, any of you.
Who?
Any of you. Read what is written. Open the book. You're not listening.
I've read the book.
Who's the
I've
Messiah?
read the book cover to cover 3 times.
Jesus?
In 3 different versions.
Which book, Donald?
Biblical Hebrew and the context around the people who wrote it.
Which book are you talking about, Donald?
I've done what you're saying. I've done that.
All of the Bible?
Donald, which book? I'm in a book club. We want to know.
I'm talking
about
I am specifically talking about the Quantum State of Mind book. That is the latest book from God. Have you read it?
Oh my God, the Quantum State of Mind book.
Fucking moron.
That is my official position. For the record.
Wow.
Yes, he did.
Wow. Nara, can you prove it? Nara, look at the room title. You're going to have to prove to us the authorship of this incredible book. Can you do it, Nara? Hello? Oh, we got a mathematician here. Sorry, Nara, you had your chance. Go ahead, CM.
Your hello thing helps me so much. Whenever I have a group of theists that just won't shut up, if I do what you do, hello, for like 5 seconds, they shut the fuck up. You taught me the most important part of dealing with theists. Thank you for that.
Hello?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Do you just get like stuck in it and you can't get out?
All right. So, are there any other heavy hitters on the stage? CM.
Stuck around. There's nothing to be stuck around God.
It's not 420, everybody.
To be stuck.
It's 420 CST. You know what that means.
After a certain age.
All right, Muhammad Abdul, shut your mouth. Muhammad Abdul, please.
Wait. Someone is saying something important. I need to talk to this person. He's saying something important. What did you say? Can you repeat what you said, please? Young Republican.
Okay, so. Okay, well you can keep saying that if you want, but it's not going to get us anywhere.
Republican, please give me a sec.
Okay, go ahead.
Who's shitting on Muhammad? Don't shit on Muhammad.
No. There was another guy who spoke that said that I was wrong about something. I think that's what.
No, I think you're hearing things.
Are we talking about the Muhammad in the room or Muhammad?
No. Voice. It wasn't a female voice.
Vegas, you're so obnoxiously annoying.
That guy. Kitover. And you're in.
Hi, DM.
Okay, Republican.
Why is
buddy?
It's
It's your room.
Donald, why is Kitover?
I might even make you a moderator.
All right, everybody, welcome to Prove to Me God Exists show by Don and John. Because some of us believe there is no God but man, and some people believe that there is a God. So, welcome to the room. If you can prove to us that God exists, you got 60 seconds. Go ahead.
No. Donald!
Who's saying my name?
You know what? It's me, Lush.
Yes. Why are you saying my name over and over?
Because you know what I want.
What do you want?
You know what I want.
I don't know what you want. What do you want?
You know what I want.
What you really, really want? Does it involve Spice Girls?
No.
Tell me what you want to smoke a cigarette. Is it okay if I go smoke a cigarette?
You heard it, Donnie, and get yourself another glass of Everclear on the house. Put a little Dr. Pepper in there.
It's all you, Magus. It's all you.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the show you've been waiting for here on Clown House. Prove to Me God Exists show by Don and John. We want to know, is there a God or is there not a God? And if there is a God, can you prove it? You got 60 seconds. Go ahead.
I have been crystal clear with my arguments in supporting that there is a God. And Magus and John, you are not listening. I have been crystal clear, I tell you. It's like hallelujah. Hariom is like hallelujah. So if I need to say hallelujah, I say Hariom. If I need to say Hariom, I say hallelujah. That is God for you.
All right, Krishna. Is there anybody else? Top characters down there. Anybody else want to try to prove this that God exists? Can you prove it? Nope, nobody else. We got Saxon here. Maybe Saxon can prove it. Can you prove it, Saxon?
Saxon is actually married to God. Go ahead, Saxon.
Hold on a minute, I'm just getting in my car. What did you say?
You're married to God, Saxon?
No, I'm not married to God. What are you talking about?
You are, Saxon. Now you are.
Yeah, well, whatever.
Oh, lady. Hello.
What?
You're married to God.
Okay.
All right, well, this is proved to me.
Put up a brave fight for God, for your husband. Now, prove to Magus here that God, there is actually a God. Prove it. Because you know him. He's your husband. Prove it, Saxon.
Sure. All right. Can you do it, Saxon? You don't have to do it with this weird framing about your husband if you don't want to. If you want to try to prove it However you want to prove it, it's up to you. You don't have to go with Nara's weird kink fetish here.
Man, I'm not sat here having a conversation about proving if God exists or not. This is not the conversation I was coming in for.
Oh, I see. Well, don't you know how the Donald Show works? This is the format of the show. Prove to me God exists. And it's a very popular show. Many people do it in a variety of ways. Andrew R. Barth, you know all the crew. You know everybody here. John Lee. It's ultimately the same show, which is Prove to Me God Exists show. And so what people try to do is I talked to Donald earlier that for many years now he's been shooting this YouTube show. And so it's my opinion that technically religion is just magic and people are spamming each other with their magic words. And so, Donald has a superior power of word deflection and refuses to play certain people's games. But, it's still my belief that you can still essentially mind control people with the symbols in, a religious and mystical or magical text, because
Why would you want to?
it's basically marketing, because all religions, well, it's communication technology, meaning that there are symbols and hieroglyphs that it's hard to understand what it's trying to say, but they always are referring back. It's always a communication spam, no matter what. So therefore, if you look up on Wikipedia, it's called supernormal stimulus. Supernormal stimulus is super stimulus. It's big tits. It's a big fat ass. It's big plump lips. It's super.
Listen. Demonstrating that humans act like humans will never demonstrate anything other than humans acting like humans.
No, what I'm saying is humans trick humans with symbols and super stimulus.
But it's just humans being humans.
I get it, but then it's game theory, and the question is, how can you spam people with a superior stimulus? It's the essence of business. We all get stimulated when you go into a pizza parlor and get a piece of pizza. You all get stimulated when you go into a cannabis shop and you buy cannabis. So what I'm trying to say is it's an experience, and people who go to religious ceremonies are also going for an experience. And
Sure, but that demonstrates that God is imaginary, not real.
I know that's why the title of your show is, a great show title, because nobody can prove it. So it's just a fun thing to do.
God does not exist. I can demonstrate that God does not exist.
I know, but the name of the show is Prove to Me God Does Exist, which is asking people to do the impossible. No, that's the name of my show.
Somebody else put that there. That's not what I meant.
That's the name of my show, Prove to Me God Exists show by Don.
It's not my show. It's not my show.
You're co-hosting it with me. Is there no God?
Oh no, I relinquish control to you.
Yeah, you did a co-hosting show. This is how you grow.
No,
this is an opportunity for growth.
I don't endorse anything that's happening here.
Take it. Make the plan. Take the job. Believe. You are almost.
I reject all faith positions on faith alone.
All right.
Faith is an unreliable path to truth.
Well, we got a minister poet here. We got Charles Johnson in the house. Come on up, Charles, and prove to us that God exists. We got a minister poet in the house. Maybe he can do it.
I'll never accept faith. I'll never accept faith.
Donald, faith can move mountains. Jump in.
Demonstrate that. Show faith moving a mountain. Show faith moving a mountain. Just one. I mean, anywhere in the entire world, show faith moving a single mountain.
Every time you spike, that's God.
I mean, demonstrate faith moving a mountain. You said faith could move mountains. Those were your words. I didn't do that. I didn't say that. You said that. Demonstrate faith. Hello? Demonstrate faith.
You got it, Donald. You got it.
Yes, I learned it from you, buddy.
Hello?
Demonstrate faith moving a mountain, dude.
Okay, faith. Do you? Are you familiar with the phrase?
Faith moving a mountain. You're the one that said this. I did not say this. You
Yes,
said
I will.
Hello. I'm not the one that.
I will prove it to you.
Hello. I'm not the one that said this. You said this. Demonstrate faith moving a mountain just once. Go ahead.
Show me the mountain, and I will move it for you.
The Himalayas. That's a mountain range. Move to the Himalayas with faith.
All right. But you gotta be patient with me.
Shucks, you can't do it.
I can, but you gotta be patient. It doesn't. This is God.
Faith.
This is God. God, you can't. Faith
No,
can
demonstrate God exists. Demonstrate it's possible for a God to exist.
See, Donald, this is why in my opinion, you're kind of unfair, because if I wanted to, you wouldn't accept you can't and won't accept certain answers. One answer that I think is unfair that you won't accept for submission, dear King Donald, is that if I wanted to play a song for you right now called, How to Move a Mountain with Faith, my point is you won't accept certain answers, which to me is unfair, but basically music.
Can you tell me the song without playing it?
No, I'm just giving you an example, but I'm saying that on Suno, I'm not going to play it, but it's not going to give you a headache. It's dope music.
Yes, all music is a headache.
No, it's not, because I mix in something special. Fine. If you want to hear the song, I'm going to create the song and you can hear it. Please hold.
Give me a headache, you can play.
No, this one is a magic one. It's not going to give you a headache. You'll see.
All music gives me headaches.
I will take your headache away if you let me. Donald, oh, King Donald. Oh, the mighty Donald. Mighty Donald.
Unless you want to stop doing that.
Okay. You got me.
Yeah, I know. Good job, buddy. You fucked up your own argument. Good job.
That's okay.
Okay, Greg, welcome to the room. This is the Prove to Me God Exists show by Donna and John. Can you prove to us that God exists, Greg?
This guy Donald is the biggest pussy bitch on Discord on fucking Clubhouse, bro. I've interacted with this guy before. Fuck this guy. What a moron this guy is. This guy's just an obese spurg. This guy's an obese spurg. Obese spurg. Go fuck yourself, that obese spurg. Fuck you. Fuck you. Obese spurg. Fuck you. Obese spurg. Fuck you. No one respects you, bro. No one respects you, bro. You're an idiot.
Demonstrate that claim to be true.
Okay, the song is ready now. I hope you like it. It's called Deepest Breath of the Day. Here you go, Donnie. This is inspired by our last conversation. Here you go. Take a deepest breath of the day. Here we go. Why isn't it playing? Okay, this is my submission to prove to you that God exists once and for all. My final best submission.
Fill my chest, let it stay, count it out. Tense love, feel the rise, feel the glow. I've been small all year, pressed down by my own fear.
Okay, I could see that maybe giving you a headache. So
This is God. And God saying, hi, hello, I broke through, I came through. Do you receive? Do you receive me? Are you receiving me? I came through, hello.
Can you demonstrate God?
Donald, let me ask you a quick question to clarify something. What happens if you stop breathing? Can you please tell me that? Because I'm going to give you an analogy metaphor because you have to accept God through analogy. There's really no other way.
No, I don't.
Well, in Hebrew, in the Hebrew Yiddish language, there's a statement that says, Alish is Gosh, which means all is God. So even this conversation is a manifestation of the God communicating with amongst the God. It's a very broad definition, I'll admit. But, you know, basically, the other word,
How'd you do that?
the other word is God is all, which is, you know, the all father or God equals all. And so, you know, yeah, God equals, this is the equation, ALL. It's just a bunch of symbols. That's the demonstration. There's nothing more to it than that.
No, that's just an equivalence.
No, it's not. It's a symbolic equation for explaining the God. Because the God is, you got to also
demonstrate that it's the God that is responsible for that.
Okay, so I have to ignore your prompt and just say that you have to admit that we are highly conditioned on the word God, meaning that
I'm just gonna smoke some weed.
Yeah, that you could do that. But what I'm trying to say is it's such a complicated proposal, meaning I love the name of the show, Prove to Me God Exists, because you are going to listen to people come in.
Show.
It's my show. I'm producing YouTube right now. We have hundreds of viewers. And Nara here.
Maybe
yes. I acknowledge that I'm live. I am responsible for my word, and this is the God. This is the word of God for the record.
I mean, demonstrate that. Demonstrate.
I don't have to.
You. Fuck
I
off.
tell you.
Okay. You have to demonstrate that it's the word of God. Fuck off. You do have to demonstrate that.
Donald, can I get a hello? Can I get a hello? Hello?
Hello?
Donald, is more.
Thank you for teaching me.
Donald, you might not be saying it correctly. It's more of a quick and sharper. Hello?
Hello?
No, that's still too long. Tighten it up even more. You're still going too long with it. You got hello? Hello? There you go. That's it. Now you got it, Donnie. Now you got it.
It's like my best tool next to the music.
Oh my God! Don't even do the music. That is so fucking brain wreckage right there. Oh my God! Can't stand it when you play the same song every single time. It's the worst song ever. But I love your dude. I love your crash outs though, man. I love hearing you. Oh my God! I've heard you crash out so many times.
You'll misunderstand emotion for noise.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, you know, I read a lot of books, and it's basically just reading science fiction. It's reading Star Wars. So, you know, it's just a question of like, do you like entertainment? And, you know, I love entertainment, and I'm sure you do too.
Talking about actual science, because actual science has nothing to do with science. It's just.
Well, you could call magic ancient science because if you were a magi living in the year 1400 in France and you were leading your tribe like, you know, Merlin with King Arthur, apparently you had the technology of the time. I know you don't believe in it. It's just a concept, but it's just entertainment.
It's not a concept.
Merlin is a concept. When we talk about King Arthur, these are all mythologies.
Sorry, I misspoke. I spoke fresh.
They're just myths.
It's true.
Yes, they're just myths.
No, if you believe it, it's true. It's true.
The thing is, it's all a program. If you run the program, you know, you can reenact it. It's just for fun.
The Blue
So
Merlin.
what was the other guy saying? What were you saying?
The Blue Merlin is real. The Blue Merlin is actually a thing. Like it is. It is.
Well, are you saying that Muslim God is a thing? Because I can demonstrate that.
The Blue Merlin. Blue Merlin is depicted in every culture. And the
Merlin is
the blue
magic.
matter.
I'm not gonna accept magic. Fuck off.
Well, if you talk about God here, proving God.
No, I'm not talking about magic.
I'm talking about magic with a K in the end.
Oh, he's a Thelemite. This one's a Thelemite.
Magic is real. Demonstrate magic. Go ahead.
Okay, well, actually, how about this?
Not you, the other guy.
I know, but
The other guy.
I have okay, well, go ahead, Nara. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, man. It's not.
I was going to say that, Donald, I don't know if you're aware of what transcendental meditation is, TM, or...
I know what that is. I've experienced transcendental meditation.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is transcendental meditation is actually just another term for magic. I know you probably won't accept that.
Magic.
Okay, well, it's my belief that it is. But for the sake of the argument, or for the sake of the point,
Right. You can believe.
the point is, when you do yoga...
Wait. You can believe false things, right?
Of course.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to give you basically my word definitions.
I don't care about definitions so much.
All right, well, then I'll just drop it. So welcome back to Prove to Me God Exists show by Don and John. Is there a God or is there no God? We have had a couple of contenders come in so far. Most people rage quit and crash out. They can't stand the abuse of the room. Hello?
I don't abuse people. It's their fault that they run away. No.
Well, you know, I asked you if I could be a moderator with you because, you know.
I made you a moderator.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is you should make everybody a moderator. You shouldn't be the fascist one-beaner.
It doesn't work out so well. I've tried that. It doesn't work out so well.
Well, you should try it more often, and you should just actually just try to...
I've tried it a few times. Every time somebody randomly ends their...
well, not if it's your house. They can't end the room.
If I make them a moderator, they can.
Oh, really?
Top priority, military grade, cosmic signal, who is going to receive, are you authorized?
No, I'm not authorized. Don't ever suggest that I might be authorized. I am not authorized.
All right, so Nara, can you maybe make another attempt to try to clarify your position on God and if you can prove to us that God exists using your words?
I'm gonna predict no. That's how science works.
If I prove God to you, this illusion that you so love, this entertainment that you so desire, it's going to vanish.
Okay, so demonstrate the God thing.
Vanish. Overnight
so
vanish.
Demonstrate the God thing.
No, you're not listening.
So demonstrate the God thing.
Bro, you're not listening.
Demonstrate the God thing.
Are you authorized? No. You're not authorized.
I'm not. Demonstrate the God.
You're not authorized for that.
No, I'm not. Demonstrate the God thing.
You need authorized.
No, I don't. Demonstrate the God thing.
Yes, you do.
Okay, well, you can't demonstrate the God thing. So God doesn't exist. Good job, buddy. You refuted God. Good job, man. We're happy about that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go smoke a cigarette.
Hello. Oh, yeah. All right, John. It's over to you, and I'm out of here. I'll see you later if the room's open.
Okay, well, I'm going to read a book here. And I asked earlier, you know, could I get 60 seconds to read a book? And Donald was like, just talk to me, man. Just talk to me. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, you know, you can't read a book with this guy. All he wants to do is you got to talk to him. And you got to be, you know, like normal. You can't even be funny. You can't have any fun. He's such a ruthless, strict grammarian, this guy. But he's out smoking a cigarette. I'm sitting here drinking a glass of red wine, getting ready to go to bed to try to get 5 hours of sleep because I got to get up for St. Patty's Day. St. Patty's Day. I'm almost finished with this book. It's been fabulous. It's a magic book. This is for YouTube. This is a 60-second clip. I hope you enjoy. These phenomena of the light, which produce apparitions, always appear at epochs when humanity is in labor. They are phantoms of the delirium of the world fever. It is the hysteria of a bored society. Virgil tells us in fine verse that in the time of Caesar, Rome was full of specters. In the time of Vespasian, the gates of the temple of Jerusalem opened of themselves, and a voice was heard crying, "The gods depart." Now when the gods depart, the devils return. Religious feeling transforms itself into superstition when faith is lost, for souls need to believe because they thirst for hope. How can faith be lost? How can science doubt the infinite harmony? Because the sanctuary of the absolute is always closed for the majority. But the kingdom of truth, which is that of God, suffers violence, and the violent must take it by force. There exists a dogma. There exists a key. There exists a sublime tradition. And this dogma, this key, this tradition is transcendental magic. CM has returned. Welcome back, CM. Professor CM has arrived. CM, I'm wondering, maybe you could explain the theory of relativity and gravity to us. What does E equal MC squared? What does that mean? Hello? Hello?
Everybody went away. It's sad.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke, Donald?
305.
You do like Marlboro Light?
No. When I smoke like name brands, I smoke Camel.
Camels are good.
I like Camel unfiltered. Camel unfiltered is like my favorite cigarette ever.
What do you think a camel represents, symbolically, mystically?
I don't.
A camel, in the desert can traverse very long distances and bring with it communication as well as, priceless, valuable jewels.
People are around.
Yeah. Well, what I'm trying to say is that magic mostly deals with communication, like Hermes.
Magic doesn't exist.
I know, but does communication exist?
Well, sure, but it's not magic.
Okay, well, it's just your opinion that it's not magic. I'm just trying to...
No, I can demonstrate it's not magic.
It's not your opinion. It's a fact that it's not magic, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, congratulations. You've just established a new fact.
Not new.
Okay, well then a pre-existing fact. You've reasserted a pre-existing fact. So it's now
definitely pre-existing.
It's now 4:50 in the morning, and I really have to get to bed, and I got to hard out of here in 10 minutes. So, I want to thank you for co-modding me and doing a room with me. I hope you continue to watch my YouTube channel as I run for the mayor of Chicago. And
wow. Okay, no, I'm not going to endorse you for mayor.
You're not going to endorse me for mayor? Why not?
because I think you'd make a shitty mayor.
Well, have you seen the other guys?
Yeah.
No, you don't even know who the other candidates are, Donald. Megatron is here! Finally, we have a contender! Oh, he left. That
He ran away.
pussy.
He ran away.
That puss.
Where's my mouse?
Well, I think I've probably attempted at least 10 times to try to convince you that the GOD is the all.
It's not my fault you failed.
I know, but you're just very resistant to the analogy.
I'm not. Analogies are not evidence. Just so
What's the difference between an analog and an analogy?
An analog is something that is one-to-one. An analogy is something that is imaginary to explain something that actually exists.
It doesn't have to be imaginary. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it does. It has to be imaginary.
It has to be?
Analogy, yeah. An analogy is imaginary.
Well, I could tell you about how I'm recording 4 different Clubhouse rooms with 30 different phones in 4 different rooms in a physical house on an app called Clubhouse.
Imaginary things.
That's not imaginary, though. And it's not an analogy. It's a fact.
None of those are imaginary things.
I know those are facts.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me the difference between an opinion and a fact?
Yeah. Objective reality.
So an object is different from a subject.
No. Objective reality. It's a compound word.
Okay, so explain to me what an opinion is.
An opinion is something that is dependent on a person's mind.
Okay, so an opinion is what is dependent on a person's mind. And what is a fact?
A fact is an objectively verifiable feature of reality.
Okay, but you forgot to mention mind as you know, how is the mind separated from
facts exist with or without mind?
Oh, I see. Okay. So basically, but if there were no minds, there would be no facts, correct?
False.
So you think that facts exist whether or not there's a mind to comprehend it?
Yes.
For example, like the sun is a ball of gaseous burning fire sending massive amounts of energy in every direction, correct?
None of that's true. But
that's not what the sun. What? That's an opinion? That's not a fact?
No, none of that is true. The sun is like a plasma.
Oh, it's a plasma.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Dr. Donald, in summation, because I got a 7-minute hard out. What do you think are the most important words for 2026? What should the people be thinking about? What words should they be contemplating and discussing?
Oust Trump.
Oust Trump?
Yes.
How would the people go about doing that?
Impeachment.
And who's going to file the articles of impeachment?
Many politicians are trying to impeach Trump.
Got it. Okay, well, I think that's what we should do.
I think Trump is horrible.
Unfortunately, actually, let's see if we can just X Grok. Okay, what should be the basis of the articles of impeachment?
War crimes.
What else?
That's all we need.
Okay.
He bombed a ship after having bombed it before, and survivors were clinging to the edges, and he bombed it again. That's all we need to impeach him. And he's done 10 times worse since.
Damn, it's really thinking about it. What the fuck? Unless you're a premium subscriber on X now, you can no longer do Grok queries in posts, which is really annoying because I don't want to pay X any more money.
I'm glad I don't make any money off of this shit.
Well, I think you got a winner show. You know, your YouTube channel needs to be cleaned up. You need shorts, you need longs, you need to create edits or clips. So when you're live streaming in the app, you can hit the little Hollywood, cut sign, and that'll create a 59-second clip of your live stream. So if you shoot for, let's say 60 minutes, you could create 60 clips out of your 60-minute live stream, and thus you can add 60 60-second clips. So it's just a lot of content. Well, that's because you're lazy.
100% hard pass.
That's because you're super lazy.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Do you think nature is lazy? Because I get the feeling that nature, by definition, is actually
nature's
laziness.
Definitely lazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Nature is sahaj. We have a word for that. It's not lazy, but it's sahaj. Sahaj, sahaj. And also, Donald and John, if I prove that God exists, okay, for me to prove that to you and provide that entertainment, you would have to agree to this cosmic transaction. Are you willing to sell your souls for this?
Sure,
yes or no?
I'll sell myself.
All right. So Donald is a yes. What about you, John, over there?
Yes, please.
Because I think souls are imaginary.
I think so. I think the surrender is what it is. It's not actually a sellout. It's like surrendering your soul. So
surrendering my soul. How do I surrender my soul?
It's a soul contract. I will.
All right. So how about you do the opposite? Demonstrate the God thing exists.
Exactly. I am going to do that, but for that we have to agree on the soul contract.
Yeah, you can have my soul. That's fine. So demonstrate. Hang on. Demonstrate the God thing exists.
Soul contract. I am drafting it out. Can I have your email? Send me your email.
No. Demonstrate the God thing exists.
In the message board, just send me your email.
Demonstrate the God thing exists.
I will after you sign that soul contract. I am not just this is performance. This is what we're talking about. You want to be out.
It's my immaterial soul. My immaterial word should be immaterial enough.
Do you believe in God?
Fuck no.
You don't. And you are willing to surrender your soul to God?
I don't think souls exist. But yeah, sure. I'll surrender whatever the fuck you want. I don't care.
Sure. And then for that, I will publish I will send you the soul contract. Just read through it once. This is critical, John. We're talking about.
I accept it. I agree. Whatever. Can you demonstrate that God thing exists?
I will. Be patient. I will. Be patient. Listen. The soul contract.
I accept it. Can you demonstrate the God thing exists?
Send me your email. So that I can take full control.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that.
I have to take control of you.
Okay, well then I don't care. I'm not going to do that.
No, then you're not.
I'm not going to give you my email address. It'll never happen, dumbass.
So that is one of the preconditions. I'm sorry.
Congratulations.
Well, I mean, then I guess your God is just not powerful enough to overcome Google.
Not now. Okay, well.
Bum 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 bomberin. Bum 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 bomberin.
I'm so live. God is thinner than air. Do you know that?
Demonstrate God.
God, air. Can you see air? But you can
demonstrate God.
Okay. Raise your hand. Donald, raise your hand.
Doing it.
And just wave it for me a few times.
I'm doing that.
Left to right, right to left.
It's ready.
Can you feel the air? Can you feel air? Can you feel air?
Yeah, I'm waving my hand.
What you call air is God. What you feel is God.
Demonstrate God exists.
You're not listening, Donald. Wave your hand.
Demonstrate that God exists. Me waving my hand is not God.
You're feeling something. Describe that. What is that? You're feeling something.
I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything.
Wave your hand. You can feel something.
I feel gravity.
No, there is something you can feel. Yes, I mean gravity.
Yeah, I feel gravity.
Air. The air is God. There's another word.
Gravity is God? Did you just say that gravity was God?
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Holy shit!
Yes.
So your God is just useless then?
Oh my God! He's the Almighty.
Demonstrate that. Demonstrate it's the Almighty.
You have to send me a bro.
Demonstrate it's the Almighty thing.
You have to send me an email.
Just demonstrate. You said it was the Almighty. I didn't bring it up. You said the Almighty. Demonstrate it's the Almighty. Demonstrate it's the Almighty.
I will.
Go ahead.
I will. Go ahead. I will. Patience. Okay, patience.
Go ahead.
Mute yourself. Patience. Mute yourself.
Fuck you.
Listen. Your YouTube channel will.
Oh, I know what you're doing.
No, yes, I'm negotiating with you right now. I want to come to terms with you.
I know what you're doing.
Why are you resisting? This is the biggest thing in the universe. You're saying proof of God. I will give that a shot.
The biggest thing in the universe.
Yeah.
Demonstrate that it exists.
Your email, your date of birth, and your time of birth.
Oh yeah.
Bum 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 bomberin', bum 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 bomberin',
Go ahead. But I'm going to send you the document. Send me your email, please. Send me your email. Quickly.
You will never get my email address.
Not only your email, I'm going to take your soul also. Slowly but surely.
What?
I am going to not just take your email, I'm going to take your soul also. Slowly but surely.
Souls don't exist on this.
Do they do?
And demonstrate a soul.
Demonstrate
a soul.
You got to be you're
Demonstrate a soul to this.
You either have it or you don't.
I mean, is it my choice to have a soul?
Well, if you find it's yours to be from your soul. So this is exactly why I need your email so that we can have a signed contract, a signed soul contract. Because I am not willing to talk in thin air. You have to first come to terms with me on this. I will prove what you require me to prove. I shall prove the existence of God for all times. Send me your email.
Go ahead.
Send me your email.
Fuck you. You can do it right now. Right? You can do it right now. Or both of you, right?
God was here. God was here. He left his telltale signs. Listen to the replay of this. Actually, you don't have a replay of this. So.
Yeah, I do. It's being live broadcast right now.
Really? Oh my God. Really?
That's what live YouTube means in the fucking title. Well, oh shit. Someone changed it. Okay.
Yeah, but there's a YouTube link and you can actually watch yourself talking on YouTube right now.
Share the link. Share the link.
Yeah, the link is at the top. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
No, you got to say it higher pitch and you got to say it quicker, like, hello? Try to get it real high pitch. Hello? Hello?
Hello? Are you there? Hello?
No, you're still saying it too polite. You're saying it like this. Hello? Hello? You got to say it. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
No. Hello?
Hello?
I fixed it. Now the title was right.
Do you remember the E.T., the extraterrestrial Go Home movie? E.T. Go Home?
I don't accept fiction as evidence, so you can fuck right off with E.T.
That's the song, right?
Yeah, it's fiction. It's fiction.
I can. God can only.
It's fiction.
Child, you're not listening.
It's fiction. Don't call me child, dumbass. I'm probably older than you are.
No, Laurel, you're not. You're not, Laurel.
How old are you?
I don't know, Laurel.
You don't know how old you are.
I could name a number and I am that.
Or you can tell me how old you are.
Say the number, I am that. What is the largest number?
What is the largest number? There is no largest number.
This and the smallest number that you can think of. Those are my ages.
There is no smallest number.
I mean, you're going to the universe here. This is God. I mean, God is a cosmic being, and I am in this room to prove that God exists. And God is talking.
I mean, you can demonstrate it, right?
God is talking through us.
There.
Through us. You send me your email.
I will never give you my fucking email, you piece of shit. Fuck face.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Don't be abusive.
Fuck you. Stop asking for my email. You'll never get it, you piece of shit. Fuck face.
You're just out of your mind. You're just out of your mind.
Yeah, I'm.
And you shouldn't be abusive.
I'm not.
Abusing is a sin. You know that.
Sin is imaginary. Demonstration to exist. Right?
Donald, you don't believe in anything.
I don't believe in sin. I believe in.
What do you believe in? Sin. What do you believe in, Donald? Tell me. Child, what do you believe in?
I'm not your child.
Child, what do you believe in, child?
How old are you?
Child, you're gonna have to now throw me off.
How old are you?
You're gonna have to now.
How old are you?
Child.
How old are you?
I'm old enough to be a father.
How old are you?
Old enough to be a father, child.
How do you know if you don't know how old I am? How old am I?
I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
Then fuck sake, stop calling me child, you ignorant fucking piece of
You're live here.
How old are you?
You're live here.
How old are you?
And you're being abusive in a law in.
Alright, I'd rather hear silence.
I gotta agree. Silence is essentially what we're trying to get at when we say hello.
I asked the same question 15 fucking times and you ignored it, you piece of shit. just looks like Chernobyl, but I guess I don't know what the words mean. But feel free to come on stage. We'll love to have a conversation. Oh, Illinois. The fuck is wrong with these people? Strength, did you want to have a conversation?
He is God exists under he doesn't exist under demiurge as a demiurge is not God. God specifically is the ultimate foundation who's personal. There isn't an ultimate foundation who's personal, and there's no God.
This is
necessarily the definition of God. Okay, well that's a pretty common definition among philosophers. What do you take God to? It's like the universe mind that created the universe. Okay.
Exactly what they said.
Do you think God is in time then if he didn't create it? So God is in time. Why didn't God create the universe earlier?
Or later.
Okay, so God waited infinity seconds and then created the universe.
How do we get from infinity to now?
So, time. God didn't create time. Time was necessary. So then there was infinity time, and then at some moment, God creates the universe. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Because that makes perfect sense.
Infinity plus 1 seconds instead of infinity seconds. Can you just ask me that? Kinda, yeah. Do you have like an explanation for this? Maybe, okay, here's you can formalize the argument, I guess. Do you think God is perfectly rational? Yes, I don't think he must be. I don't think that's necessarily the definition for God.
Oh man.
So you think God is perfectly rational? Was there any reason to create the time that he created that he didn't have at the time before? I think so. I don't know. So you have a reason to create into existence out of nowhere?
That's good food.
That prior to God creating, so God exists in time, he's waiting infinity seconds, and then he gets to some exact point in time and he decides to create. So there was a reason that popped into existence right then and there. Where did it come from? Do you think that there's like other beings that are creating things? I think there's only one God. Okay. So then where could the reason have come from? There aren't other beings, so you just pop into existence. Either you have things that just randomly, magically pop into existence. The alternative is that God is irrational and he just created for no reason. So what's your point of saying that? Yeah, but either way, you're going to be in a tough spot. That on the first end, you're going to have to arrive at the conclusion that some things could just pop into existence for absolutely no reason. And then on the other end, you're going to need to say that God is not perfectly rational, which means that he's not perfect. I don't see a problem with that.
Hey guys, Jillian, you're
Yeah, I'm not specifically talking about the Christian God. But you would then agree that your God doesn't exist. No,
so those are glycerin bongs and glycerin bowls, huh?
I never said that. Oh, sorry. Do you want to actually try to defend your claim? So then you would hold to the view that some things just magically pop into existence. I still don't understand what you're saying. Okay. God is sitting in time without changing, without creating. There's like an infinite past before, and then God just decides to create. Now, either he had identical reason when he created that he did before he created, or a new reason came into existence, but it didn't come from him because he hadn't yet decided to create anything. So if you think that God, if it was just God existing alone with time, then there's nowhere that it could have come from. So you just have to hope that this reason magically popped into existence. Okay. So then you just think that things magically pop into existence without God even bringing them into existence? I don't know what you mean magically pop into existence. That it came into existence and nothing caused it.
This is crazy, yeah. It's still thriving to this day. Ever since Mexicans traded coins with Navajos, there wasn't much to buy with silver coins until a trading post started popping up. When you come off of the freeway, the nostalgia is here. The people who are born here, who live here, they'll always try to carry that. They take a lot of pride in who they are, especially the artists.
Shield by Garden Health does a colon cancer screening that's really easy to do. And I want to share the process with you.
Ready? Your doctor ordered the Shield colon cancer screening for you, so we're just going to do your blood pressure test.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, a long time. Shield is from Garden Health. They've been doing cancer blood testing for over a decade.
Wow.
Did you feel that?
No.
See?
You're totally distracting.
Was that it? I didn't.
Okay. I love that it's just a blood test.
Yeah.
It makes it so much easier.
Yeah. Anytime you go to the doctor, you can just ask for the test.
You know, I have some experience in the medical profession.
The sticker and a Band-Aid.
Oh, wonderful. And the biggest step is just getting out the door and going to see your doctor. The Shield is about making screening easier.
Thank you for being so brave. Let me get that lollipop for you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I don't know. Okay, well, that seems to be what you're committed to. Well, I think I'm going to move on to somebody who knows a few more things. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen share with friends, doing all that good stuff. Turn that Mr. Plus box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. That I will go to the very next guest. Hey, how's it going? Good. Yep, how old are you? 27. Sure. What religion are you in?
I think the best term that would describe me would be a trans-atheist. So I think the question whether God exists or not is not a relevant question to our lives. So something that would be close to what my position is.
So Buddhism?
Yes.
I don't necessarily disagree with Buddhism. That means that we can't debate this.
So do we have any reason to believe in God? Hello, Lush.
Hello.
Hello. All right. Wesley, feel free to come on stage. I love to have a conversation. Wesley, do you believe in God?
Kitover running in the 16th district in Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington.
Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the atrocities that happened in the pandemic.
Let's talk about the atrocities that happened in the Bible.
Okay. Well,
do you think that genocide is the same as making people put a mask on?
Well, this is the point. I believe that God will protect us from everything.
Demonstrate
that.
Well, how can I or can I not? I can't dispute.
Demonstrate that. All right, this is John for Congress.com, ChicagoMayorVote.com, ChicagoMayoral.com, John Kitover, Chicago.com. Hope you've enjoyed this 6-hour podcast, this live stream, St. Patty's Bonus Day edition. Happiness and strength. God bless. And subscribe to all of our videos.